Welcome everybody to Minnow Cup Rainmaker Edition. I'm here with Drew.
Hello, Rob. It's great to be here.
All right, and we've got Arise and Scarlet Inc. here for round one of this Rainmaker tournament. Lots to expect here. I mean, we've got a new patch, new update that's gonna make different weapons shine. So we might see some new and interesting comms compared to the norm, right, Drew?
Yeah, definitely. That's what I'm most excited to see. If anyone used any of those new weapons, uh, they wouldn't have that much time to get used to them. I think only about 2 days. So, if anyone does use any of those new weapons, it's gonna be really exciting to see.
Absolutely. I mean, there's definitely a lot of new kits that we can see applied here. I'm definitely expecting to maybe see a wiper deco or maybe the paintbrush.
Yeah, I could definitely see both of those too. Hopefully, not that much missile spam, but I wouldn't be surprised to see at least a little bit. But round one, we're going to Arise versus Scarlet Inc. Rob, do you know anything about these teams?
I believe Arise, a constant lowing appearances frequently. They've made a couple brackets here and there. Pretty strong team overall. I believe they should have kind of an edge on Scarlet Inc. here, just based on results. However, sometimes there is that, surprise team that kind of shows up here and pops off. So, maybe Arise has something to be concerned about.
Yeah, I guess we'll just have to wait and see. But it looks like we're gonna be starting with game one on Eeltail Alley. Uh, this map, I really don't know what the general competitive scene thinks about this map. To me, it's not that bad, but what do you think about it?
It's got its, drawbacks. It's got that main bridge to kind of get across, and you've got the underside to kind of move that Rainmaker around. It's got its paths, and it can be pretty difficult. If they've got you a little bit locked out there by spawn, but overall, pretty standard stage, I'd say. Should be good for Rise or Scarlet Ink when opening, and if they're aggro enough, they can probably hold further than mid, and really get that Rainmaker to a lot of points.
Yeah, totally. But out of all three of these stages, this is probably the one that I expect to see the most out of probably like Wiper Deco. Uh, this map gives major Walleye Warehouse vibes in terms of just a straight line, but let's see what these comps entail. Yep,
Yeah, and
Wiper
I
Deco
mean,
on the
right
second
there, we can
rise.
already. Yeah, that Wiper Deco is already back, or already out here.
Already out.
And we're
Oh boy.
also seeing ballpoint. I mean, with the recent performances other players have gotten with ballpoint, it should be expected for a backline player here.
Yeah, definitely. But it doesn't look like the Wiper Deco is running any special charge, so it doesn't look like they're playing the weapon for the missiles, but they're just playing it just because it's a new Wiper kit, I guess.
True. I mean, I guess they're using it more like just as utility and less, like you said, for missiles there. Already we see that Scarlet Inc. is already pushed forward here. They've kind of got they're not no longer in the numbers advantage here, but they were pushed far ahead. They're not going to have to back out as a Rise here has gotten 3 down on them. Now able to move that Rainmaker forward.
Yeah, right. Play great defense there, taking out all three members of Scarlet Inc., leaving just the Sea-Jet alive. But it looks like Arise tries to push that first checkpoint, but is unable to get it. As Scarlet Inc. starts to push on defense, we see that tries left in the road, try to get a pick. Ultimately gets picked out by the ballpoint, and we see them take Plat right on to the bridge as Arise takes out the checkpoint.
Yeah, and I mean they've pretty much gone 3 down now. Arise is in a perfect position to kind of keep moving this Rainmaker and slowly get more points on the board. We're seeing that they are trying, popping specials, kind of, chipping away at the Rainmaker. They get it down here. Scarlet Inc. is kind of able to regain their footing here and push Arise back, with some good timed specials.
Yeah, but Rise had a very good push going all the way to 44. Scarlet Inc. is gonna have to get through that checkpoint and get a little bit further than Arise was just able to do. But we see this 52 guy just trying to keep space in mid, unable to do so, decides to go up on that bridge. We see the Octobrush eventually gets picked with that Zipcaster charge as that ballpoint just starts to rain havoc all the way in mid from so far. They do have that Inkjet charge and they decide to pop it here, trying to target that Rainmaker. Hasn't been able to hit it yet, and the Rainmaker does eventually go down right before the end of the checkpoint.
Yes, and as we get, and the ballpoint does get the Rainmaker, but it does get something trying to stalk its drop point there, and honestly, the ballpoint here, in general, keeping a lot of advantages in just its range and its pressure that it can apply, with its two different modes, and it's offering Arise a way to hold mid here.
Yeah, and Arise does get that pop, but they aren't grabbing it yet as Scarlet Ing decides to go for the grab as well as they start to mount and push here with all four members. They do get a pick on that T-tag from that Tri-Slosher. Great pick there. Are they going to be able to get the checkpoint? And it looks like they will as the Tri-Slosher eventually gets that tactical charge and pops it. As Scarlet Ink is just going to push a little bit further and they do get the lead.
They do, yes, and with that lead, they now Arise has to kind of think quickly and act fast as Scarlet Ink here with that ink wall, kind of protecting them there, getting them a few more points. Much harder lead to beat as getting past that uninkable walkway there is quite difficult.
Yeah, but that was a great play by that 52 guy, just popping a wall right on that uninkable, grabbing that Rainmaker, and just having it behind you as a shield just to get a few more points. I've never seen that before. That was really cool. And ooh, a great suction bomb kill on the side of Scarlet Ink as the Octobus just tries to charge up that special as Arise tries to push forward. Two teammates do grab that tactical, and it looks like Arise is just waiting for an eventual push to happen. You see that Crab Tank eventually is now over, and it looks like we are neutralizing into mid here as 2-3 go down on the side of Arise.
Yes, and I mean Scarlet Ink is not backing down. They are, pushing on forward. They were using some throwing some bombs, trying to keep pressure up while they were sitting back, like you said, waiting, and now they are taking this point in time to kind of push forward, probably to try and avoid the uninkable and go right here, just because they do have an inkjet and other things set up on that left side. But it seems like they go down here, and now the Tri-Slosher getting the pick there. It is numbers advantage in terms of Scarlet Ink here, and one pick will just keep this game and get this game in their favor for the win here.
Yeah, and we are going into overtime now, so Arise has to get all the way to 17 in the next 40 seconds to be able to pull out a victory here as one are down on each side. That Rainmaker is just taking shots on their base's bridge. They're just getting a few picks on the side of Scarlet Ink, but not enough to mount a push yet, as we are even 4-4. We do see the Wiper Deco get into a pinch and goes down as the CJ tries to get a pick on the Rainmaker, unable to. It was so close, and they eventually do good by going around as Scarlet Ink takes game 1.
Really good push there, by Scarlet Ink at one point. Really just utilizing their different, specials of chip and just aggro, really putting Arise in a position to almost just have to panic and pop what they can.
Yeah, but Scarlet Ink played very well with that match, just able to get one pick and build that momentum into eventually getting all the way down to 18. Again, that splash wall play was actually unreal. I've never seen anything like that. But it looks like game 2, we're going over to Mako Mart, a beloved Splatoon 3 stage originally from Splatoon 2. You really don't see Rainmaker Mako in any tournaments really, so I'm really excited to see it here.
Yeah, and I mean this should be a good map here for Scarlet Ink. I mean, they do have that try, so this will be a nice kind of terrain for that specific weapon here. Um, Definitely like an interesting map in terms of just layout. It is not a common pick due to the kind of odd positioning that the Rainmaker checkpoints are. However, most teams are going to be able to kind of work around that. And I mean, I really think Scarlet Ink will have a really good advantage just for having kind of a bucket player here.
Yeah, definitely buckets are very strong on this map. But one strategy I've seen a lot on this map is have everyone pretend like they're going to the right checkpoint, and then secretly just pivot your way over to the left to get an easy checkpoint. So it's really interesting to see what teams are going to think to strategize on this map.
Yeah, I mean, that fake out, fake out left, fake out to go left. It's a pretty good idea. Just, because everybody kind of expects that right push since the left one kind of keeps you a little vulnerable. But, kind of having a fake out like that would be a good approach.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting. Have any predictions for any weapon comps this stage?
Well, I believe we're probably going to see that ballpoint again. I feel like it was a really good pick there on the side of Arise. Not too sure what else to expect outside of that. And obviously Scarlet Ink is going to bring, their try.
Yeah, definitely. I could totally see that Tri-Slosher coming into play again. And maybe, just maybe, I know we got a lot of nerfs in this most recent patch. Maybe potentially seeing a Slosher machine as well. Haven't really seen it used since the most recent patch, but I guess we're just going to have to wait and see.
I mean, it definitely would be a good pick here, just because of the different slopes and terrain and such, and just having Fizzy for popping that Rainmaker too. It would be a good pick on either side, just based on the overall kit. Even with the nerf, it's still strong of a weapon. Just takes a little bit of time to kind of get it going.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm assuming teams are picking their comps right now, so I guess we have a little bit more time to talk. Rob, what do you think about like the most recent patch, like the new season? What do you think about the new maps and all the new weapons and all that?
I mean, from seeing it, some of the weapons up close, I really think that paintbrush is quite good. With both its damage output and spacing it can do. Can't say much about the maps right now, just because I'm still a bit mixed on both of them. But I mean, of the new weapons drop, there's some kind of good ones here. I don't know if we'll really see them too much. Besides Wiper Deco, like I knew that one was gonna probably pop up here, just like it did in the first match.
All right, and we take a quick look at these weapon comps. We got a Wiper, but not a Deco Wiper. But we have a Wiper Deco on the side of, I believe that is Scarlet Ink. Yes, we do see a Tri-Slosher Nouveau on both sides as well. So that Tri-Slosher pick was pretty accurate, and we do see a C-Jet on Scarlet Ink as well, just like last round.
Yeah, I mean, it made sense for them to kind of bring in the try on both ends here. It's got a lot of advantages in just like getting picks alongside the blocks and such. However, we do see that Arise is being pushed back. Scarlet Ink already running for that first checkpoint here on the right side. However, with the mix of Crab and Inkjet, Arise is able to slow that push down and kind of stop them from that greedy kind of push there.
Yeah, but right when Scarlet Ink took that Rainmaker, it looked like Scarlet Ink had complete control of mid. Like, it was all blue ink, completely. And we see that stamp, unfortunately, go down to the Rainmaker shield. That's unfortunate. We do see Scarlet Ink trying to get that checkpoint, and it looks like they are able to on that right side. Question is, are they going to be able to pop it again and maybe get a few more points? And it looks like they are, as they make a pitch all the way to 38 with only a minute and 15 into this match.
Yeah, I mean, they keep getting important picks here, and even while Arise is popping different specials out, they are getting the number advantage and just important, kills here. It's kind of leveling out a bit more now. Scarlet Ink is gonna have to.
Oh,
Oh, or they're gonna
are they
run
gonna be able
with
to
the
knock?
Rainmaker here.
No, they just completely just grabbed it out of Arias's hands and got all the way to 4 points.
That is a monstrous, and it does
Are they
not
gonna be
seem
able
to
to?
be stopping here.
They tried to do it again.
I mean, Arise has to be careful here. I mean, as you
They
can
did
see,
it
they had
again.
a beacon.
They did it
Oh,
again.
well,
Scarlet Ink.
talk about a surprise attack there. Scarlet Ink catching Arise off guard and just kind of moving in to get that Rainmaker knockout there. One thing that I gotta say, you always gotta keep an eye on that map and keep an eye on paint trails because sometimes somebody's gonna sneak on by and Rainmaker close out the entire game.
Oh my god, that was amazing. Scarlet Ink didn't. Not only did they do it one time, they did it a second time. They did it a third time to eventually knock out. Arise, the best way to counter that? Check your map.
Yeah, I mean, there's
Check your
really
map.
nothing you can do besides awareness on the map there. Keeping an eye on what's your color and what's not.
Couldn't even tell how he got all the way back there. I couldn't tell. I didn't see a single ink trail by Scarlet Ink back there. I don't know how they did it, but
I mean, they did have
they
some
did it.
beacons as we saw towards the end there. So it's
Oh
possible that they might have
wait.
had another beacon nearby. Did a quick jump, a small paint trail, and just ran it as fast as they
Yeah,
could.
maybe they had it on that side area. You could actually squid roll off of a block to get up onto a side area. I could definitely see them putting a beacon there and just having an easy entrance there. But
Yeah, no, absolutely. Especially with the Wiper Deco too. Like it made sense that they were gonna probably
yeah,
try and do some jumping shenanigans.
yeah. Well, after that super quick game, we're going over to Scorch Gorge.
I mean, compared to
Start.
Mako, I guess this might be a little slower, don't you think, in terms of pacing?
Yeah, I could definitely see Scorch being definitely a lot slower. Definitely Tomako Mart. I don't know about the EOTail, but Scorch Gorge, you see this in a lot of different tournament map lists. It's pretty favorable Rainmaker map. I enjoy playing on it. I don't know if everyone does, but I guess it's gonna be pretty exciting to see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, it should be an interesting, setup here. I think Arise has a chance to kind of take this game. I really feel like their composition kind of works here. Um, but we'll have to see because I mean, Scarlet Ink definitely surprised me here with both the first and second match. Um, their playstyle is very, very fast.
Yeah, definitely, and I think it just dawned on me that Scarlet Ink is up 2-0, so they just won this round off of that.
Yeah,
But Arise can
they
still
did. They
maybe
won
take a
this
game off
set.
them. Maybe Arise can still take a game off, but I guess we are going to see what happens. And we see Arise pull out a mini Splatling. I don't know if they didn't pull one out on the last game, but finally some mini Splatling representation.
Yeah, I mean, mini spelling could be really good here. I mean, that burst combo with mini is very strong, and with the stamp, I mean, stamp just recently got a nerf, but overall, it's quite usable now compared to early on. And we're
Yeah.
seeing that it's a trade-off kind of early on here. Um, However, the favor does go again into Scarlet Ink. They've got a number advantage, and that means that they can, start moving forward with the Rainmaker to get some quick points early on.
Yeah, and that was a great pincer on the side of Scarlet Ink, just putting that member of Arise in that corner to eventually get that pick. We see the Crab Tank on the side of Arise does get one pick there as the Splash goes behind the other Splash to get that pick on that Crab, just canceling it all together. Scarlet Ink did get that checkpoint, and it looks like, are they going to put it any further? does look like they're stuck at 66, and they are going to push it further as the Wiper Deco gets missiles. And the Scarlet Ink is just right behind that pillow, just trying to chip shots away, trying to get a pick. As the triple Ink Drag comes out, but the Stamp gets them down at 22.
Wow, I mean, oh, and the Rainmaker gets the
Is that
stamp
another
right
Rainmaker?
there. Rainmaker 1-for-1 right now.
Yeah. Rainmaker,
And
Rainmaker 2.
I mean, we're now seeing Arise is really trying to, come back here. Not only with just the crab tank, but just paint. I think they really need to kind of get a hold of mid as, it's leaving them a bit vulnerable here. But it seems the Scarlet Ink has already rushed in, and I mean, half of Arise is already down.
Yeah, and we do see Scarlet Ink pick up that Rainmaker again, trying to ship some shots, get some picks to get a knockout, but they do go down. As the rest of Scarlet Ink is just trying to... They are able to get that pop, actually. It's the Crab Tank. It's just letting loose on all the members of Scarlet Ink, but that Tri-Slasher is giving a little bit of trouble until they eventually go down. As looks like Arise is finally going to start playing defense. No! Scarlet Ink is just going to take it and getting all the way to 6!
Again with the splash wall. I mean, they keep using that splash wall to really kind of get a bit of distance between them and Arise. Arise really has to be careful here because they keep just coming in from every angle of the map.
Yeah, I've learned some new splash wall tech today, so if I ever have to play a splash wall weapon, I guess I'll just try that out.
Yeah, I mean, I think we really need to see Arise jump off the side with the Rainmaker. They really need to get it out of their spawn here. It's gonna just stay a problem if it staggers in this area.
We do see the Wiper Tackle did charge missiles, but they go down. The Tri-Slashers, 3 are down on the side of Arise. And they do grab that Rainmaker. Are they gonna... No, they're not gonna be able to jump it off. As they get picked off by the Tri-Slasher at the last second. And the Tri-Slasher does pop that Tag Cooler to get their team a little bit of an advantage in movement speed. As the Rainmaker just tries to, again, just picking shots at the side of Arise to get a few picks. As the Tri-Slasher is going to go up, maybe get the Wiper Deco. Unfortunately not. As 3 go down on the side of Scarlet Ink, and Arise can finally start playing a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, that Scarlet Ink was relentless here. They kept going in with different specials and just coming from different angles that made it really hard for Arise to really move out. I still think they should try and reset the Rainmaker here because pushing it out of there is going to be quite difficult with how relentless Scarlet Ink is.
And we do see that Whale locked onto that Rainmaker as Rainmaker is going to go around into mid and finally drop. Able to sort of reset it, but not enough. We are only 50 seconds left of this match, and Scarlet Ink has a huge lead. Rice has not even moved the Rainmaker 1 point yet, as the Tri-Slasher pops another tactical that's probably like the 4th of this game.
This is insane. I mean, Scarlet Ink has really held this game in their hands this entire time. Arise still has a chance though to come back. I mean, they do have Stamp here. Unfortunately, losing it quite early on. I mean, we're seeing some Tri-Strikes here. There's a chance they can get some picks that they need. They just keep going down. Yeah, and Scarlet Ink is holding that Rainmaker away from them, not really able to let them pick it off.
Yeah.
And
honestly, Scarlet Ink just has to back up and they win this game, and they do take the game and take the set 3-0 against Arise.
Incredible performance there by Scarlet Ink. Just, that hyper offense was spectacular. And they knew how to approach each time.
Yeah, that was an insane match by the side of Scarlet Ink, just completely shutting down Arise's defense time and time again. But Arise did manage to hold on to not getting a loss by a knockout in that 3rd game. But that
Arise, they did a good job. They just couldn't counter, the offense of Scarlet Ink, but overall they still really performed well, and they held their own ground. as much as they could. So, they did a great job.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun to see these teams, and uh, one thing I can say, I have a feeling we're going to be seeing a lot of Wiper Deco in the competitive scene. Either that be for missiles specifically, for missile spam, or that be complete support utility with like beacons in random spots. But I could definitely see this weapon being used more.
Agreed. And we're going to go off and see you soon in round 2. Welcome back to round 2 of Minnow Cup Rainmaker Edition. Now we've got Origami Dragon versus Rice Flyer Minor Inc. Which should be an interesting pickup here, right, Drew?
Yeah, definitely. Rice Flyer Minor Inc. has not only 2 members of the previous competitive team barreling with Falco and Kia, but it also has Rice as an arsenal as well. So it's going to be really interesting to see their matchup against Origami Dragon.
Yeah, I mean, this should be a really good pickup here. And, obviously we've got Origami Dragons. They've been around for a decent amount of time. We all love and know this team here with their great history in this low-level scene. And we're going to be starting off here on Hagglefish Market, which is quite a nice, open, stage to start off with for this round. Don't you agree?
Yeah, definitely. This is probably... I like Hagglefish more on zones, but Hagglefish on Rainmaker is still really good. And it looks like we're going to go straight into this match. Take a look at these team comps a little bit. We do see the ballpoint and the Splatan on the side of Origami Dragon, but we do see a splat roller on the side of Ricey Flyer Minor Inc. So
I mean, there's also a double ballpoint on Rice Flyer's side.
I didn't even notice
here.
that. Yeah, there is a double ballpoint. Okay.
There is. This is going to be quite an interesting ballpoint fight here. I mean, they're clearly going to go very aggro, but it seems like Origami Dragons has already moved very far forward.
Origami Dragon, the gal is just straight up in their zone, getting 3 picks straight up as Origami Dragon already gets the checkpoint.
Yeah, I mean, luckily, Rice Flyer is repositioning here. They do have the 2 ballpoints, so they have a good amount of control on, Origami Dragons. Now with the Inkjet here, they should be able to kind of level up this playing field and get some advantages here in terms of fights.
That ballpoint is going to go down. Yes, they are going to go down, but the Tri-Slosher does go down with them. However, the Tri-Slosher does get 2 picks on the side of Ricey Flyer, so... Ricey Flyer does have most of mid control, but we do see that stamp beat pumped on the side of Origami Dragon, trying to get a pick. It does get a pick off the throw. Incredible throw right there. Looks like Origami Dragon just has mid control, and it looks like they're probably going to grab that Rainmaker soon. Oh, no, actually, never mind. Is Ricey Flyer going to be able to get the checkpoint? They have a bubble on checkpoint, and it looks like they are going to.
Yeah, I mean, they had, the numbers there, and like you said, the bubbles, so that was really important to kind of get them forward, get close to checkpoint. Now, it's a closer playing field in terms of points. Rice Flyer just needs to kind of just go a little bit past the checkpoint, but it seems like they're having trouble right now with this 52. I mean, it's putting a lot of pressure on them.
Yeah, that 52 is just ducking and weaving on that side of the map. Just able to get those picks using that splash wall for cover. It's just complete movement by that gal. And it looks like Origami Dragon is going to start making a push boot. There are 2 ballpoints with specials charged on the side of Ricey Flyer, and one of them is popped. So guess we just see where this goes.
Yeah, and I mean, this Inkjet from behind might be able to kind of slow down this Rainmaker, or better yet, the roller here. The roller has been really aggro. Unfortunately, getting a trade here, not more, but I mean, they're definitely slowing down Origami Dragons.
Yeah, we do see Origami Dragon did go 3 down right there, as Ricey Flyer is just going to pop Rainmaker and probably stall it out, or maybe just grab it now. We do see the ball point. Pop that Inkjet, trying to get a pick or 2, hopefully, and we'll just see how that goes. Not getting a pick, but Ricey Flyer does take the lead, going to 58 just barely, and they may be able to pop it even further, but the stamp just goes for the Rainmaker shield, and doesn't pop it yet, but probably just going to stall it out right there on that side.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, good on the Rice Flyer here. They do have, I mean, they still have a bit of an advantage. They can push a little bit more. if they can get some picks here on the left, and they do, right? Almost, they got 3 down here. I mean, they got to be wary of the try, and if they can get a lot of points here if they just time their movements of the Rainmaker well. And we're seeing that right now. They are getting
further
down to 9. I mean, that was really good on their side. I mean, the junior's probably going to back out a little bit, keep mid for them as they come back in. And Origami Dragons is now going to have to quickly kind of come back in here. They only have 50 seconds left before, potentially losing this game here to Rice Flyer.
Yeah, Rice Flyer had such a great push, but Origami Dragon is just going to try their best to get a push. And that Tri-Slosher takes out an Inkjet from so high above, gets a second as well. They're going to be able to get that ball point, and the ball point does. They are able to jump out as Origami Dragon is just going to push even further. They're going to be able to get lead. They will. They're not going to be able to knock out, though.
Well, folks, you just saw here, Origami Dragons did get it all the way down to 1, meaning Rice Flyer is going to have to knock out here in order to, get this game back in their favor, and take this for themselves, which is a big ask when you've got Origami Dragons kind of all up in mid here.
Yeah, and Rice Flower doesn't have a lot of time, has only 40 seconds left on that Rainmaker clock to get all the way to a KO. As we do see 2 go down on the side of Rice Dragon, and the stamp comes out and eventually takes out the Rainmaker, giving Origami Dragon game 1.
Yeah, I mean, that was intense, going down to 9 and then immediately flipping it to go down to 1. Really back and forth there between both teams. Origami Dragons just getting the right play to get on top there.
Yeah. Really good match by both these teams. Really close too. Both of them going down to single-digit points. But ultimately not enough for a knockout. But game 2, we are going over to Umami Ruins. And what do you think about this one, Rob?
I gotta admit, it's a little jank for a Rainmaker stage. It's one of the Tetris stages, so it's a little awkward.
How many Tetris stages are there? Can we count Eel Tail as one because it's just a straight line? I think we could.
We probably could. Yeah, it's the Tetris block.
So Eel Tail, we have Brine Water, we have Umami, and now we have Barnacle and Dime. We have at least 4. Are there any more that you could think of right now? Because I can't. But
I mean, not off the top of my head, I can't. But someone's saying Hammerhead, and that it is a straight line.
We have 5.
So yeah, we've got a couple of Tetris stages here, but Umami should be an interesting, pick here. We do have 2 ball points, so they again another bit of control if they do decide to bring it out. Really depends though. We'll see what they kind of bring out here to counter Origami Dragons.
Yeah, we do see Origami Dragons sticking with that same comp, and it looks like we're having a pretty similar comp on the side of Ricey Flyer as well, except for Rice switching from, I believe, ballpoint to regular V-shot, so.
Yeah, I mean, and that might be really good for them. I mean, that it's a good aggro, weapon here, and that should help them out because, double ballpoint does mean that they're a bit slower and less paint. And already it's working out for Rice Flyer. I mean, 3 down on the side of Origami Dragons. They do have mid. They've got everything to kind of work in their favor with an Inkjet too. And slowly moving in, but the hammer
still in. Sam able to get a pick, can't really tell, but Rice Flower is just gonna and they get picked off, I believe, by that Fizzy. I think that Fizzy got 2 picks. So unfortunate, but it looks like Origami Dragons is going to try their best to mount a push of their own. We do see that kill where we're trying on the side of that 52 gal. Going up on that snipe area, as Rainmaker is just gonna sit on pedestal pretty much, seeing what's gonna happen.
Yeah, I mean, they are kind of moving forward. They do get stopped here by the roller in the in a perfect position right now. I mean,
Oh, they
getting,
great picks.
yeah, they're popping off. They're moving forward. They're
And
doing what
a
they need to
great
do to
bubble
get these
too.
points.
Yeah, that was a great bubble by that roller. Unable to get that pick, I believe, on that 52 gal. But are they going to be able to push any further than they are? Oh, and they do go down. But Righteous Flower did get a push all the way to 39, so definitely a bit of a push on the side of Origami Dragon. But they've done it before. They can do it again.
Yeah, I mean, we can't count Origami Dragons out just yet. They did surprise this last game, but I think Rice Flower still has such a good advantage here that they keep moving that Rainmaker forward to get it down to, potentially a single digit again as they get it to 13. They are down in terms of number advantage, so they might slowly back off just to recuperate. But, I mean, they're still in a really strong position here.
Yeah, and the Viper does have that stamp charged. Oh, and they go down to that suction bomb. Unfortunate. But Origami Dragon is still going to just take hold of their zone, trying to mount a push of their own after Ricey Flyer getting all the way down to 13. We do see a tactical by that Triceps turn, and they do pop it, and the Gal pops the Killer Whale as well.
Yeah, and I mean it's unfortunately not working as much as Rice Flower, getting the pick on the 52, the most aggro there. Now the try, they're running out of options to move forward, and their players just keep going down. I mean, Rice Flower has pretty much soft wiped Origami Dragons and put the Rainmaker in a really unfavorable spot.
Yeah, the roller, I think that's Kia getting a whole bunch of kills this entire match, but unable to get that pick there. Goes down to that 52 gal. As they do get that pick on that E Junior as well, but getting pressured by that Inkjet and that V shot by Rice. Rice is just pincered by that stamp
Yeah,
and that Tri-Slasher.
an unfortunate loss there in a 2v1, but the other players on Rice Flower kind of stopped that duo from taking the side there.
Yeah, and we do look like we are taking this back to a mid-fight as Origami Dragon tries for third or fourth time to mount a push of their own, getting pushed back all the way into that bottom area. Not really where we want to go as they do get picked off. And the Inkjet is popped by Ricey Flyer.
Yeah, I mean, this is really good for Rice Flyer here. I mean, the Rainmaker's trapped in the pit there, and they're, kind of trapping Origami Dragons, who really need to kind of get mid here in order to kind of, get a substantial push started.
Yeah, we do see that Stamp and that Gal take out one of the members of Ricey Dragon, and the Gal able to take out a second as they go down two. As they go down two again, are they gonna be able to take out that roller? Almost. They take out the V shot again.
Yeah, I mean, this 52 right now is on a rampage of its own, which is really good. However, the roller stops it in its tracks immediately.
That was a great shark by that roller, and we do see the Splatana pop that stamp, trying to get a pick, maybe two, maybe three, gets one, gets a second, but the Rainmaker, they do still have the Rainmaker in their possession, gets a third, gets a wipeout for Origami Dragon. Don't call them out yet, as Origami Dragon pushes all the way to the first checkpoint. Are they going to be able to take this lead and get all the way to 12? I don't know. As three go down on the side of Origami Dragon. Oh, are they going to be able to get it? They do!
Insane. With just a final push, Origami Dragons go from no points to all the way to 12. Insane.
And Origami Dragon does take the set here, going up 2. But we're still not done yet. We're doing a play all 3, but yeah, Origami Dragon saw, yeah, we're in overtime. You guys want to like push really quick? And they were all just like, sure. And then they did that. So
They did. I mean,
them.
they coordinated really well there. They were getting picks after picks, and they used their specials, like they staggered them just well enough so that they could really get the most out of it. Because I mean, when you have to get like both checkpoint and lead in this kind of situation, it is really difficult to kind of get that. So they have to kind of work their hardest to slow them down. Like to like Rice Flyer had like a roller that was like constantly getting multiple picks off of them, so they played their cards well and they were able to take that game back.
Yeah, I think the roller, I believe that was Kia. They were doing a great job just sharking around those corners, able to get a pick or two constantly. Great job by them, but unfortunately it wasn't enough to take the game. Since this is a play all three, however, we are going over to Sturgeon Shipyard. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, this should be a good map here for the roller again. I mean, just based on how it is, and we're gonna jump right into that, and see how it goes. We're seeing a bucket here on the side of Origami Dragons. Roller's back. I mean, both weapons really enjoy Sturgeon as a map, so this should be good for both those players here.
Yeah, and looking at both of these comps, looks like Origami Dragon just sticking with their comps that they know. Both teams are pretty much sticking with the same exact comps from game 2. As we start this fight out all the way in mid as one go down on each side. And seeing if we can get any more picks as a second goes down on the side of Origami Dragon. But 2 are down on each side, 3 are down on Origami Dragon. And that is a wipeout for Ricey Flyers. They're just going to take this checkpoint all completely just with no contest at all.
Yeah, I mean, Rice Flyer here able to get that quick wipeout in the beginning. Immediately get checkpoint within the first minute of the game and slowly get some extra points in. As I mean, now they're down 2, and Origami Dragons has to catch up and kind of slow down what's happening here because they are still positioned to kind of jump back in.
Yeah, and Arsenal gets a great pick on that Inkjet. Able to get another pick, but using their own Inkjet. Maybe they can get a second or third, doesn't look like it, but Ricey Flyer is just going to push all the way to 22. This is pretty familiar from the last 2 games we've seen, so I guess we'll just see where the rest of it goes. Are they going to be able to just knock out? No, they're not. They're getting all the way to 9.
Really great play there. I mean, they held that top perch there to get some good jumps in, and I mean, if they can do that again, they can probably continue going because they were really able to just push back Origami Dragons, but it does not seem like that might be the case this time. Just as Origami Dragons again gets multiple picks on them.
Yeah, and we did see that Triceratops get a great double kill. And it looks like Origami Dragon is going to push this fight all the way back into mid as best they can. But 2 are down on their side, and the Inkjet is popped from Ricey Flower, and they do go down. And that Triceratops contesting as well just go down as well. And Ricey Flower is going to mount another push, trying to get that knockout. As great pick by that V-shot, I believe that's from Rice. Trying to get another pick, and they're able to get one more. And maybe a little bit on that Triceratops, but not enough as Falcon tries to contest, and it's not enough. And it's only, I believe that's Arsenal on ballpoint left for Ricey Flyer.
Yeah, and I mean, earlier, the ballpoint was able to get a lot of jumps in, so if they can reposition again, they can probably get their entire team back and cause more chaos for Origami Dragons here.
Yeah, we do see that Gal charging that Killer Whale all the way ready, as they're just going to pop that Rainmaker and pretty much stall it out to eventually get a reset. Great play by them as they pop that Killer Whale as well, try to contest it even more. Great wall as well by that Gal. Sadly does not get a pick from it, but Origami Dragon again is 2 down, well 1 down now, but trying to get back into mid as best they can to mount a push. Looks like they are able to get in slightly, but not enough for full control.
Yeah, I mean, Origami Dragons is trying to really get out of, their spawn and their area of the map, but it unfortunately does not seem to be the case. Rice Flyer is still kind of giving them trouble here, not allowing them to get up to mid.
Yeah, and both these teams are just having a complete even fight towards the Origami Dragon base, a little bit in mid. And it looks like Origami Dragon is going to start their push. Unfortunately, never mind. Commentator's curse. But they do have that Inkjet and that Trizuka charged inside of Ricey Flyer, and that Inkjet is popped. trying to go for a pop, unable to. Are they going to be able to get a pick? They get one. Are they going to be able to get another? No, they are not, but great use of that inkjet to a little push Origami Dragon a little bit further back in their zone.
Yeah, I mean, that was a good pick there on the try. I mean, they're the one that has the most advantages on this map on the side of Origami Dragons. Rice Flower is still keeping, Origami Dragons in check. Not really allowing them to get into mid here.
Yeah, and Origami Dragon looks to be mounting a push of their own with 15 seconds left in this game. Looks pretty familiar from last round, so I guess we're going to have to see where this goes. As two go down on the side of Righty Flower, and it looks like Origami Dragons are going to be able to get that checkpoint, but it's not overtime yet, so they do get overtime. So, and they're going to start that push all the way, got to get all the way to 8. Let's see if they're going to be able to do it. It's pretty poetic from last round, but two of them go down on the side of Origami Dragons, and the Rainmaker goes down as well, as Righty Flower does take the third and final game.
Yeah, I mean, they were not going to let a last minute push get them this time. Roller immediately went and just gave him the big old slap out of the match.
Yeah. Great job by Righty Flower in that third game. Sadly, it's not enough to take the set, but they do take at least one game.
Yeah, I mean, Origami Dragons really did such a phenomenal job, both in the last like 30 seconds of this game and each of the games, able to kind of get a lead to stay on top. Fortunately, not able to get it this time around, but they were in the works of potentially getting it.
Yeah, and this was a great set. Anything else you want to say about the set?
Might as well start calling Origami Dragons the last ditch effort with their comebacks there.
Probably renamed the team to that because they had 2 in a row. But yeah, great matches by both of these teams.
Yeah, and we'll see you guys in round 3 for another exciting set. Welcome back to round 3 of Minnow Cup Rainmaker Edition. We've got Shellouts versus the coolest Nordic team and Rob. Now, what do you think about these two teams, Drew? You recognize anybody here?
Do I lie or do I be honest? Not really.
Do a little bit of a
but
half truth.
yeah, I have not really familiar with. I'm gonna be honest, any of these teams, but I'm really excited to see what they put down on the table. And I didn't know, Rob, you were playing on this team.
I'm everywhere. I'm everywhere all at once.
All right. Really excited to start round 3.
Yeah, I think, from what I know, I do know the coolest Nordic team, right? They've got a couple players from different EU teams. This is both a European face-off, so this should be an interesting matchup here.
Yeah, I'm really excited. Going into the first game, we're going on Museum de Alfonsino. This is a great Rainmaker map, in my opinion. We see it a lot in tournaments.
And for good reason.
Good reason.
Yeah, it's got different ways to get, across. It's got those branching pathways and eventually funnels into one spot pretty good. Can't say that all maps do that, unfortunately. But we're gonna get right into it here. Again, another ballpoint. We've been seeing a lot of ballpoint this tourney, and we're finally seeing a machine pop up.
Yeah.
Alongside a rapid here.
Yeah, not even a rapid deco, just a vanilla rapid blaster on the side of coolest Nordic team. And I am also noticing Shellouts is using the new H3D with the splash ball and big bubbler, so it's really interesting to see how they do with that. But it looks like coolest Nordic team is going to take an easy checkpoint here and maybe try to push it even further. Not quite, as a killer whale is popped on the side of Shellouts, but one does go down on the side of Shellouts, but it looks like this push may start pretty soon as get a little bit more points.
Yeah, they've got a lot of offensive weapons here to kind of help get this going, and obviously with Booyah Bomb and specials, their specials are really doing a good job here, really pushing back Shellouts here. They've got to kind of reposition and really space out the coolest Nordic team in order to really, get back in or try and reset this Rainmaker. However, it seems that they've got a couple down, so all they got to do is move forward and get back into mid.
Yeah, but we're just going to skip past the fact that coolest Nordic team got to push all the way into 10 in the first a minute and a half of this match. So, Shellouts has a pretty big deficit to make up if they want to win this match.
Agreed. The Nordic team did kind of pop off early on, so it really is a lot of pressure on Shellouts to kind of move forward and not get kind of stuck here, as it seems like they're kind of trapped in this right spot between the trips, the fizzy bombs, and now the Booyah Bomb. Nordic team is just doing a good job kind of locking out Shellouts here. Shelling them out, if you will.
Yeah, Nordic team's specials are pretty much almost all displacement. They're running, I believe, triple ink strike, as well as a Booyah Bomb. And of course that inkjet, of course. But really good displacement specials on that team, able to just put a whole bunch of pressure on the side of Shellouts. And it looks like the Rainmaker has evened out into mid, and we are going to have another great middle of the map fight. At least use the Slosh Machine, try to get that pick over that splash wall, unable to.
Yeah, a mix of the rapid and the Slosh Machine is a good combination. It's going to make that H3 really fight to get its positioning and picks. Unfortunately, just poor timing on the end of the inkjet there with its drop off getting timed by the Rainmaker shot. But it seems that Shellouts here have the chance to kind of now get checkpoint, start moving forward. They've got that inkjet pushing right into spawn. Unfortunately, they get taken out by the other ballpoint, and it seems that Shellouts is gonna have to slowly retreat to get those numbers back. But it seems that they're all jumping in. Actually, my mistake there.
Yeah, and Coolest Nordic team is using a lot of specials to try to just push out the Shellouts in any way they can. They just popped a triple Ink Strike on them, and that Inkjet is charged by that ballpoint right there. That Shellouts is gonna try to mount a push of their own right now. They were able to get to that checkpoint and a little bit further, but it wasn't quite enough. Still being down by 32 points, but looks like that Slosh. Oh my gosh! Slosh Machine able to get that quad right there on the side of Shellouts. Was that a Booyah Bomb? That took out just 3 of them?
I believe it was a mix of that and just everything else that the machine had on it. I mean, that was really good for Nordic team because I mean now Shellouts are really locked out. With 50 seconds, they've got to start getting their specials and try and get that Rainmaker out of the hands of the Rapid there. I mean, they're slowly coming out here, and they are losing numbers. Team, that Rainmaker is getting kind of stuck in the corner. They're able to get out before it launches a shot. This could be Shellout's chance to take this back. They're paying attention, especially to the sides here. Fortunately, the machine does take out the H3. Quite an unfortunate position for Shellouts here.
Yeah, and it looks like the Rainmaker hasn't been popped, and Shellouts is unfortunately not going to be able to get the pop as Coolest Nordic team takes the first game of this set.
Yeah, I mean, should be expected by the Nordic team as they are a mix of the one and only Inkception. So they do have a strong lineup here.
Yeah, and all 4 of those deaths right there to end that match. Great gameplay by both of those teams. But game 2, we're going to one of the most popular Rainmaker maps in this game, Undertow Spillway, which is kind of ironic because this is never played on any other mode.
Yeah, I mean, Undertow really is just that Rainmaker map. It is quite iconic. I know it's beloved here at MIT, so it gets to shine in the Rainmaker Minnow Cup here. Its routes are pretty interesting too. It's quite a compelling stage to get around, right, Drew?
Yeah, definitely. And having those 2 different paths, that right path is a lot shorter, but it's way more out in the open. It's easier to get picked off. But that left path is the one people typically lean towards. It's kind of weird. Most of the time, the further checkpoint isn't the one teams would go for. They usually go for the closer one, but this map is a little bit different. But we're going to go straight into this and see a Stringer on the side of Shellouts. And we do see a Splattershot Jr. on the side of Coolest Nordic team. Look to be the only changes on both these teams' comps.
Yeah, I mean, we now see a Tri-Stringer, we now see a Junior. Junior's going to be a good kind of, paint for Coolest Nordic team. It'll really help, especially because their current weapons are not that great at painting, and Junior is just going to be a positive for them. Should make moving the Rainmaker really good.
Yeah, and it looks like we are just having a complete battle in mid as one goes down on each side, and that H3 trying to get that pick over there, unable to, trying to pick off that Rapid, unable to, as well as they eventually go down as 2 go down on Shellouts, and Coolest Nordic team is going to be able to take this Rainmaker and start a push all the way onto that left side. They're going to be able to take that checkpoint, and they will easily, getting all the way to 60 in the first minute of the game. You do see that anyone able to get that pick on that Junior as...
I mean, that brush, it completely pins your 2 players on Nordic team, and it's going for more. I mean, it is chasing them down. Fortunately, it goes down here, but it took several picks, really stopping them from getting past that checkpoint for more potential points.
Yeah, that brush took a little bit too aggressive, was a little bit too kill hungry, eventually got it killed. But we do see the triple ink strikes and that ballpoint putting a lot of pressure, as well as that Trizuka on the side of Shellouts, unable to get a pick by anyone as they go down.
Yeah, and I mean, Shellouts, trying to slowly move in here. They are down there, so it is going to be a bit difficult on their end. Down another, as they're slowly backing out. I mean, Nordic team really does have an advantage here with just their composition. Just absolutely, taking half of that team down.
Yeah, and it looks like Coolest Nordic team is able to stop that push almost completely and take control of mid once again, and they're just gonna let that Rainmaker reset. Not really sure why to reset at 99, but maybe do you. As that Ink Brush tries to get that pick on the Rainmaker, eventually goes down, and that Bubbler is just propped right on a perfect place in mid to put a whole bunch of pressure.
Yeah, and I mean, well, unfortunately, now we're seeing the killer whales, helping out, trying to get that Rainmaker. It does not, unfortunately. The Nordic team is really holding that Rainmaker down. Time is ticking on them, though, so they should really try and decide on something soon before they might take their entire team down with them.
Yeah, and it looks like the Rainmaker is going to go around trying to get some more points. Don't know if they're going to be able to. They will. They get all the way to 40s. They're not going to... No, they're not going to knock out there. As 3 of them go down out of nowhere. But they are able to push all the way up to 20. But Charlotte does get the knockout. I mean, the wipeout.
Yeah, I mean, they did get that wipeout. They did, stop the push. It did go down to 20. But 20 is still a manageable, push to beat. So Shellouts just needs to kind of utilize... I mean, their specials, they have some good ones on them. They do have as, 2 killer whales. So they can really displace the other team when trying to get through that left side there.
Yeah, and it looks like this Rainmaker is just being completely contested by both sides. As that Junior decides to go up on that snipe for that Ink Brush. Looks to be right below them. Shellouts does have most of mid control, just pushing back the members of Coolest Nordic team, able to get a pick on that Sludge Machine with that Trizuka, trying to get a pick using that H3, unable to, trying to get that ballpoint as well, unable to as well. And this team is just going to make their pretty much first major push of the game, but goes down to the triple ink strike as 3 of them are down, and that push is over.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, Shellouts here completely locked out. They're coming back from the back end, but that just means that Coolest Nordic team can just run the Rainmaker while they're all on the opposite side of the map here, getting it down to 8 points. Making work of that unfortunate positioning of Shellouts.
Yeah, well, Shellouts does have the Rainmaker now, and it is officially in overtime. They're going to have to push not only through the checkpoint, but all the way to 7 points if they want to win this match, as they are just going to put full force into getting these picks. But that Booyah Bomb comes out, and it wasn't able to take out the Rainmaker, but one of them does go down on the side of... 3 of them are down on the side of Coolest Nordic team, and it's only the Ink Trap, but they do get the checkpoint.
They do. I mean, that ball... Oh, my. The ball might fall off the stage. Now it's behind. I don't know if Shellouts do know that. I mean, that isn't... They do catch it. They do catch it. But it seems that, Coolest Nordic team is still stalling them out. I mean, with fizzies and other strays that they're tossing their way. Shellouts really has to figure out what they're doing here, as getting around is going to be very difficult.
This is going to be very close as that Rainmaker tries to go around, but that triple ink strike is popped. They're just kept up in this one spot, unable to push forward, and that timer is ticking down with 20 seconds left. And that ink jet is popped on the side of Coolest Nordic team, just trying to put even more pressure on this Rainmaker, down to 10 seconds.
Yeah, and at this point, they just have to move it. I mean, they are weak.
I
I
think the
think
timer is gonna
it's
run
running
out.
out of time. They got it
Oh,
so close. So
the
close. Almost to get that kind of tip in their favor, but it did not work out due to that Rainmaker's timing.
unfortunate for the shoutouts, but coolest Nordic team does take this set going up 2-0. But again, this is another play all 3 round, and we are going to our third match, which is on Flounder Heights.
The the
Okay.
stage of all time.
The stage of all time. The Tetris maps are better than this.
Agreed. Flounder Heights has its quirks, and we're gonna see how these teams kind of tackle that. Um, it's got a lot of verticality to it, and we'll see how that applies to these two teams. I mean, we've been seeing weapons that maybe aren't too favorable on this outside of maybe the ball planes. I
Yeah.
wouldn't say anything on these comps really work well with Flounder Heights.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this map's quirk is high ground is in mid. So if you want to push back into mid, have fun. Also known as you probably cannot. But yeah, I feel like ballpoint is still a good pick for this map. Machine also could be pretty good with all the ledges and all that, but even with Machine's recent nerf, I don't know if they are going to go with that. But it looks like we're gonna head straight into this match with almost no hesitation. We do see a T-Tac and a tent brought out by Shellouts, as it looks like Coolest Nordic team is just gonna keep with the team cup that they have. First time today we see the Tenta Sorella Brella brought out. So
Yeah, I mean, tent can be really like tent is, back when it worked, it was pretty fun to use on Rainmaker. Um, it has something going for it now. I mean, with the Ink Mine and Zuka, so it might be really good here to kind of be to move around this Rainmaker and kind of keep it protected. As we see it slowly moving forward, Shellouts being cautious, of course, because they do get triple ink striked here. But unfortunately, that machine immediately goes for it, and we see that Shellouts is almost completely wiped here. Really just down to the brush as everything starts to respawn in.
yeah, and it looks like Coolest Nordic team does have almost complete control of mid, as most of Shellouts is back in their base. And that's the hard part about this map, is you have to push not down into mid, you have to push up into mid. And any Splatoon player will know that pushing up is almost impossible. It's not impossible, but it is very difficult. So, great to see that Shellout does take this Rainmaker and tries to go for the checkpoint. I don't know what checkpoint they're gonna go for. Maybe they're gonna drop down, or they're gonna go for the ramp. But it'll be interesting to see what they decide to do. And they look like they're going for the ramp checkpoint, as they do eventually grab it, and they are only down by 1.
Yeah, I mean, down on both sides by 1. This is, an even playing field for both teams. They are unfortunately kind of put into a corner, so Shellouts might not be able to really come back from that. Seeing as Coolest Nordic team has already kind of picked it up and trapped them.
Yeah, we do see that machine, even with that nerf, just trying to put pressure over that ledge, bombing those 50 bombs. Gets a great kill over that splash wall. Just a great arc right there, and they're trying to get a few more picks as well. Just completely marked by that killer whale, unable to do anything, as it does take out that Trizuka, but eventually goes down. And that Rainmaker is going to be grabbed by the members of Shellouts, but it eventually goes down to that ball point.
Yeah, an unfortunate situation here. I mean, Shellouts is just kind of going down here. There's a lot of trades happening between both teams as they're trying to slowly push this Rainmaker. All they need is 60 points remaining to get lead here, which is very possible. However, they keep losing certain pivotal players like the tent.
Yeah, but this is still anyone's game. The only up by 1, the coolest Nordic team is. So they are going to take control of their side of mid, hopefully try to take control of the other teams, so they can eventually mount a push and get a few more points going for them. And we see that Rapid Blaster just trying to put pressure over that ledge. But the Rainmaker does drop as well, trying to... It just jukes out the tent completely. Doesn't look like they're going
Yeah,
to be
I
able to
mean
get any more points out of it, but...
Yeah, I mean, the Rainmaker did definitely try there. Did not work to its favor as much as it wanted, but I mean now it's another opportunity for Shellouts to kind of here. They've already got the machine down, which is a very important pick on the side of Nordic team here. However, it seems like a flank might happen to kind of take this Rainmaker out, and it does. The ball point immediately going around and stopping the push, which I mean could have been the push to get that lead there because the other pivotal players are spawning in.
Yeah, we do see that tent able to take out that slosh machine. Are they going to be able to get lead? And they will! Getting to 54 with 40 seconds left. Charlotte's
Yeah, I
able
mean
to take lead.
they did. I mean the quick squid roll there, getting the invincibility frames to get that lead. All Shellouts have to do now is get the important picks that they need, and they are doing so as we speak. They are really holding out, and they actually might be able to get more of a lead here. I
It
mean,
looks like
the
they
opposing
are.
team
They're
is
able to get to 34.
which is just honestly better. That is a really good lead to get here, especially because once they get back, they'll be able to protect that area that would get the opposing team lead back.
Yeah, but it's kind of unfortunate. The Rainmaker, what is the Rapid Blaster, grabbed the Rainmaker while having their special charge. It's unfortunate because they can't use it anymore. But we're going to see coolest Nordic team try their best to mount a push to eventually get to 33 and take this game. See the Killer Whale come out on the side of Shellouts, trying to put even more pressure as the tank goes down on the side of Shellouts, and the Rainmaker is just pushing it as far as they can. They have the bubble pop, but it's not enough as Shellouts takes the final game, but eventually goes down 1-2. The coolest Nordic team. Plus Rob, of course.
I mean, Shellouts did a great job kind of closing out this this match here and this set. Nordic team did come out with the win, but Shellout did not let it go to a knockout.
Yeah, all right. That was a great round by both of these teams.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah,
It's really interesting to see in all 3 of these rounds that we have had today. I've been trying my best to count. We have seen 1 player play Machine, I believe. We have seen 2 players play Splash-O-Matic, and we have not seen a single Splatana Stamper.
We haven't. It's been a very diverse lineup today in terms of compositions and weapon picks. Really good overall.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun to see a lot more weapon variety in this game. Meta is going to shift a lot with all these new weapons and all this and the new patch, so it's going to be really interesting to see what happens in the future.
Absolutely. And as we close out this round 3, Drew, where can the viewers find you?
You can find me over on Twitter at Drewmar_SPL. That's DREWMAR_SPL. Rob, where can everyone find you?
Well, you can find me at its__Rob on Twitter. That's the only place I'll really be by, so I don't know, you can spot me there. Alrighty, folks. Well, we're going to see you shortly for round 4, and we'll be right back.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Minnow Cup Rainmaker Edition. I'm Lily Gravy Bread, and I'm joining Rob here to see the next Swiss round. And we'll be seeing Double Trouble versus the Luminous Kelpies.
Yeah, I mean, this should be pretty interesting. I mean, the Luminous Kelpies, we've seen them around in different here, and Double Trouble, I feel like some of these players used to be on non-binary plus, so this should be quite an interesting matchup here.
Absolutely, and yes, I do recognize some of these names as well. Actually, it's going to be very interesting to see how this set turns out. I'm definitely looking forward to it. One thing I've also been looking forward to actually is seeing how the weapon comps are coming out. It's like I was just thinking before, like this season has shaken up so much in the meta. So it's yeah. Anyway, as we're going to the first match, let's see what people choose. It looks like we're seeing a double ballpoint, bringing us back to maybe even 2018 days, and also a splash on the other team. Looks like they're actually playing a double crab comp, which should be very interesting here on Manta Maria.
Agreed. I mean, we haven't seen Double Crab in, well, it's been around, but it hasn't been too common of a pick. But like you said, we've got double ballpoint. This should be interesting because Manta's pretty good for splat lanes, so they should have a lot of an advantage here. With the
Absolutely.
crabs being the only thing to contest.
Yeah, and it looks like 2-3 have gone down on the side of the Luminous Kelpies already. This looks like, even with the wipeout, this looks like they can get a very clean pathway to the first checkpoint, and looking around the street just to make sure, just to anticipate any fights that might be happening around there as well, to make the pathway even clearer for them as they pick up the Rainmaker and move forward with it once again. But it looks like they do manage to get picked off before they can reach the end of that street right there, and it's a 2v2 we're seeing right now, with it looks like the Rainmaker perhaps even going into the hands of the Luminous Kelpies.
Yeah, the Luminous Kelpies kind of getting back that advantage there with the trip strikes. Um, I mean, now they're gonna get ready to get another set in. Um, should be good on them to kind of move forward here.
Absolutely. If they do manage to actually get the Rainmaker back again, it looks like one player has gone down. Actually, one on each side, but we can already see that on the side of Double Trouble, they have their Inkjet ready, which can help apply some forward pressure and to hold some spaces, but unfortunately, they actually get picked off before they're able to use it, with a crab coming out on the side of the Luminous Kelpies just to hold the on their perspective, at least the right hand side. But it looks like as as Double Trouble manages to pick it up, it looks like we're going to get a clean knockout at the very end. We saw at the very end of that match, it was almost like, they didn't see anyone there, so they just ran for it.
Yeah, I mean that went by pretty quickly. Um, the double prepare for trouble. Honestly, Double Trouble here just speeding on by.
Absolutely, yeah. That was such a speedy game, but you know what? When you see those advantages, you take those advantages. If there's no one there to stop you from making plays like that, you make those plays, and it looks like it definitely worked out for them on that Manta Maria game. The next game will be going into Inkblot Art Academy. What kind of things do you expect to see here in Inkblot? Because it's not really one that I necessarily feel like I personally have the greatest time in my life, at least when I'm playing solo queue in Rainmaker.
I mean, honestly, I kind of feel like my expectations here, based on the previous comps, I'm really expecting it kind of to stay the same. I mean, ballpoint, if it gets mid there, it'll be really good to kind of get through the left side, right, for that push. And I mean, double crab, setting up crab anywhere on this stage is like really nice. So I don't know. I'm kind of expecting a similar comp team.
Absolutely, I do think that the double crab is going to be very strong. It looks like we're seeing the double ballpoint come in as well. But actually, we're seeing one of the brand new weapons, the S Blast 92. This is going to be exciting to see, especially with here, the kind of pressure that the S Blast can have underneath the ledges. We're seeing actually one player just hiding there in the corner, just keeping an eye out, just in case anyone does try and take that ledge. And it looks like it is the S Blast managing to get at least a bit of pressure over that stack, but two players have gone down on their side. It looks like three now, as that ballpoint pops out from behind the stack to take them out, and just also throwing some chip damage over to the plat as well.
Yeah, I mean, Double Trouble, got that 3 down quite early on. They're unfortunately losing their ballpoint in the bats, but still in a good position to maybe get a few, well, possibly get some points here. They did already break check, so they're already in a really good position here. Unfortunately, it seems like this S Blaster got a trade, losing that advantage it had on the right side, as the Double Trouble team is now going to get mid control and potentially start pushing again.
You got to remember also that out of all the blasters, I really do feel like S Blasters are one of the most aim intensive if you want to get the most out of it as well. So even though you can pressure those ledges, you can pressure those stacks with it, and you do have like the two effective ranges, whether you're jumping or whether you're on the ground. It is pretty aim intensive if you want to get those picks, but it looks like they lose the Rainmaker right before the checkpoint there, and they were going to make a pretty good comeback, a pretty good play towards the checkpoint as well. They had things going very well for them, but it looks like the Luminous Kelpies are actually going to be fighting back as much as they can, but it looks like they aren't able to fight it back just enough, and as three players go down on the side of Double Trouble.
Yeah, I mean, Double Trouble really got a nice push there. The entirety of the Luminous Kelpies were distracted by the far right, allowing them to really get that nice lead down to 23. But the Luminous Kelpies will do their best to take advantage, taking 2 down on the opposing side as they slowly move in with, the pressure that Crab had early on. Unfortunately, trying to get on the ink rows, they do lose their splash there. But they still have a chance now that they've broken checkpoint.
Yep, so the Luminous Kelpies at the moment, what they're really having to do here is keep an eye out for the double splatlings, which is allowing, I feel, Double Trouble to really hold a lot of space and at least push them back with their range. We can also see the Splash-O-Matic and the Crab coming out on that side, also keeping them locked out with that range as well, which we're seeing come out right now actually, and it's the times where they're able to make use of the downtime that Luminous Kelpies have. Sorry, that Double Trouble have rather. That Luminous Kelpies can start making those pushes.
Absolutely. I mean, that really is the case. That pressure there, and we're kind of seeing a bit of a stalemate happening on this area here with Double Trouble. Nothing's really changing, just trades and random picks that are not really doing much here.
Yeah, but we do see 3 go down on the side of Double Trouble again now. This is, I believe, the second time 3 have gone down for Double Trouble, and the last time this happened, this was when Luminous Kelpies were able to make use of that downtime to actually get some points on the table for themselves. We're seeing also the S Blast come out to try and pressure those ledges once again. We're seeing the Booyah Bomb to try and at least keep a pathway clear for them alongside the Tri-Strikes to at least get their points down further with the less than 45 seconds in the game. They're gonna have to. It's not a very long fight to that checkpoint, but they're being heavily pressured by that ballpoint. That Tesseract ballpoint there that actually is popping the inkjet to try and hold them back as much as they can and to help them pick up the Rainmaker.
Yeah, I mean they were really close
to,
there.
Yeah. Yeah, dropping the Rainmaker down will definitely help Double Trouble hold the lead that they already have, because it's going to take some work to get the Rainmaker back up there. There's only really one place they can go up onto the stack, but oh no, it looks like they unfortunately have this late in the game, going into overtime as well. It looks like they unfortunately have a disconnect, which they're going to have to work with, but they do have the 2 players down and also the Rainmaker, so if they're able to make this work, this would be such an impressive win. But as they are the only player left alive in the team, they do manage to get picked off before they could get any points for them, giving Double Trouble game 2.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of close there with the Luminous Kelpies. Even with the DC, they did have, potentially that comeback. I mean, they were getting pretty close to where the lead would have gotten them, but in the end, it did go back to Double Trouble. Taking Inkblot, our academy, with them.
Absolutely. Double Trouble so far, we've been seeing them do really well, but in that game especially, the Luminous Kelpies have put up a great fight. I'm excited to see if the Luminous Kelpies can take one game off this set from Double Trouble as we go into Mako Mart. So what I think they're gonna really have to do is to win all those team fights. They're gonna have to set up really well, especially in the stacks here, because Mako Mart does have some pretty good spots for Crab. It's got some spots that you really want to get control over in order to make those pushes going in your favor. But the other thing about Mako Mart as well is I find that if you can get the Rainmaker over to the left path, even though that you're really going into some enemy territory there, you actually do have a little bit of high ground, which you can make work in your favor if you can hold that area really well. So I'm interested to see which path they take here.
Absolutely, and I mean, I think that left path might actually be in their favor a bit. I mean, just because, if they can set up a crab there, it'll be really good to kind of mow down, the opposing team. Obviously, right path will work very well, but I agree with you. The high ground there with crab, maybe even double crab if they pop it in a chain, will work in their favor pretty well.
I think so too. I reckon that based on how the previous game goes, the play that I feel the Luminous Kelpies want to be making is to at least get a large number of Double Trouble down at a time in order to make the pushes that they want to get. But the thing about that though is that you want to keep at least 1 or 2 players down at the same time to have the numbers advantage going for a lot longer, because if you get a wipeout, the other team can come back and group up really well. We are seeing the S-Blast come back, which is pretty exciting, and it looks like they've swapped out their Neo Splash for a Wiper Deco, giving them missiles here. So it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out.
Absolutely, and I mean, if you remember the early on into the matches here in Minnow Cup, there was a Wiper that was causing havoc with beacons set around, allowing the teams to kind of get a fast, push in. And as we're seeing now, I mean, Double Trouble's getting a lot of pressure in. They've got their crab out. They are just dominating right now in terms of control of mid and just picks.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and I think setting up that crab on that stack there to at least hold that area did manage to get the points down to 80, but as it's dropped into breakfast, they're gonna have to make a bigger push than that if they want to get over to that first checkpoint. And with the missiles and the inkjet coming out at once, this is going to really disorient the team before they can get the first checkpoint, but they managed to survive all of those things, and it looks like there's a fairly clear path with if they manage to get the ball point out of the way that's just laser focused on that first checkpoint. They do manage to get that first checkpoint, which is fantastic for them because it's a very straight line to the final checkpoint from here.
Absolutely. I mean, it really is just a rundown. I mean, and they do have a reef slider, which could paint a perfect trail to just zoom on through if they manage it. And which might be the case. I mean, they are getting some good picks here.
Good picks, and also I think even though they do not have the advantage necessarily at the moment, with all the players such as that Hyper Deco really making its presence there, they do manage to keep a lot of paint on the ground, I think, which stops the Rainmaker in its tracks as it's being taken over to the left side by Double Trouble. But in this corner, this is, I think, actually a good spot for the Luminous Kelpies, because they have that high ground there that they can pressure that little corner there from. But as we can see, with those inkjet coming out, getting 2 picks, things are looking pretty damn good for Double Trouble at the moment, as we can see them setting up a push over to the left checkpoint.
Yeah, I mean, they've been constant. The wipeout just now. I mean, what was once in the favor of the Luminous Kelpies is now in the favor of Double Trouble. They've set up. They've got beacons up far into the pedestal area. They do unfortunately go down here, but they were really setting up for a lot of control.
Absolutely, and as you said, those beacons placed in a very forward position is going to help them gain a very good presence, especially this far into the game, where they're going to be playing for the KO, if at least not for the greater number of points, the biggest lead that they can at this point. But it looks like the Luminous Kelpies here coming out with the Tri-Strikes to at least try and hold Double Trouble back from being able to push this Rainmaker further. And we can see the Rainmaker actually kind of like left in a little corner there, which is going to be hard for Double Trouble to kind of push from. But if the Luminous Kelpies pick this up and get enough presence in the middle of the map, they can at least get the neutral game going in their favor once again.
Yeah, and I mean, it really wasn't a really unfortunate spot, so it was not going to be an easy pickup on the side of Double Trouble. But they keep getting they keep getting picks here, and they keep kind of slowly moving forward in terms of both their control of the map and the players that they're dropping down. The crab is set up pretty far away from where Double Trouble is trying to push in by, so it's actually really is in the favor of Double Trouble. They get a wipeout on the Luminous Kelpies, getting it all the way down to 31. Still with the chance to honestly keep going with that number advantage that they kind of have right now.
Yeah,
and just like that, they get it down to 1.
Down to 1 and 3 down also on the side of the Luminous Kelpies. This could be a knockout game even in the last 20 seconds. It looks like they actually might go for it just to end the game instead of playing out those last 20 seconds, which they could have. They could have just kept the numbers down, but with a path as clear as that, with only 1 point left to the knockout, you gotta take it.
Yeah, I mean, they really did. They kept pushing that last push there. They kept it going. They kept the aggro, and they were able to knock that out. That was a really good job by Double Trouble, kind of picking up the speed and avoiding the potential loss there.
Yeah, I think the way they were able to really flip that game around in their favor by the end was fantastic, and making use also of those wipeouts. Unfortunately, the Luminous Kelpies didn't manage to, I think, regroup just in time in order to take that game. Each time they got wiped out, but that was definitely a close game. Even though it was a knockout, it felt kind of close. I had no idea who was going to win that game in particular, and it was only by the last minute or so that I felt that, okay, I think Double Trouble might actually be getting this if they're going to keep up their presence on them. Sorry. Was it Double Trouble? Yes, I believe so.
Yeah. Agreed, though. They really did.
That presence on the map, yeah. Yeah, some fantastic games.
Absolutely. And I mean, Double Trouble really closed out this set very well. And we'll eventually see how round 5 takes us, the determining round for Top Cut. See you shortly.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. I'm Lily Gravy Bread, and I'm here with Rob, and we're going into Swiss round 5 of Minnow Cup Rainmaker Edition. A match between Team Biscuits, a set between Team Biscuits and Kiwi Ice Cream. Looking at these team names actually makes me a little bit hungry, to be honest.
Absolutely, it's like as if we're in a bake sale right now instead of a Splatoon sale. With these two lovely treats here. But we've got some really nice teams today. I mean, Team Biscuits is very well known, and they've gotten some good results here and elsewhere. And Kiwi Ice Cream is a familiar face, one that we can recognize within other events. So
Absolutely. I've
both
seen a lot of both of these teams in a bunch of low level tournaments, so it's always exciting to see them play one another.
Yeah, and I mean, with this kind of match here, this is round 5, so this is the last set you have to get potentially into top cut. And I believe both these teams are fighting for a silver bracket placement, so they got to have their A game on in order to get the better win percentage to enter and move forward.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We are going into the first game right now on Sturgeon's Shipyard. We are seeing actually a double machine. Even though it got nerfed, I do hear some machine players who feel very strongly about continuing to play it. And also actually on the other side, a paintbrush. Which I've been hearing some fantastic things about. It's got a great kit. You can get some really good picks with it. It could be a very strong choice for them as well, actually, on the side of Kiwi Ice Cream.
Yeah, I mean, paintbrush, a little slow on the swing, but it is really strong. And already we're seeing Team Biscuit run with that Rainmaker, make an absolute dart for checkpoint. And they're still kind of holding their ground. I mean, this machine is fighting right now this, Stamper. But, I guess the paintbrush brings the paint on, and, they wipe out Team Biscuits to kind of get back, back to mid and get the Rainmaker back into a position.
We're seeing now Kiwi Ice Cream currently getting their special economy ready to make a push back on Team Biscuits, who almost made the lead that they really need to be able to push up even further. But as Kiwi Ice Cream get enough paint on the ground for them, which is what their play was before, we can see them push the Rainmaker up, but actually getting picked off in the court, at the very side of the court, by Team Biscuit. So we're going to be working together to take it back to mid and find a way forward from here. Their ballpoint going down, but they do have two specials they can work with.
Yeah, they have. I mean, the Booyah Bomb. They have the Hammer. It should be able to kind of, if they want to start putting again, should be a good options to break through the line of Kiwi Ice Cream. But I don't think they even need to. Taking them out on their own push, and now getting the chance to move it forward. Now they can start using the Stamp and the Booyah Bomb and really make the most of it.
Absolutely, and we are seeing Wiper come out here, trying to hold their front line to keep the rest of their team safe, but it looks like on Team Biscuit's side, 3 go down, and Kiwi Ice Cream actually get a wipeout off of this. This could be the opportunity they need to be able to move forward and actually take the first checkpoint. But we see already that Team Biscuits has the score down to 40 on their side, so it's not just breaking the checkpoint, it's really getting that lead as well. And once you start pushing up, things start getting more and more dangerous here on Sturgeon Shipyard.
Yeah, and I mean, it definitely is heating up a little bit. Kiwi Ice Cream trying to break through, trying to get to that checkpoint, really unable to. They keep going down. They're down 2 players right now. The paintbrush should really kind of back up for just positioning here to re-enter once its teammates are back. We see that the Stamper does go down here, and Team Biscuits has secured the Rainmaker to reset it.
Yep, absolutely. And Kiwi Ice Cream have a quite a lot of paint on the ground here, which is definitely what they need in order to be able to push up ahead. Team Biscuits is going to have to paint up to prevent a push happening and also stay alive as much as they can. It looks like they do manage to get the paintbrush down on the side of Kiwi Ice Cream, which is pretty good for them because that paintbrush was definitely going around and getting some very good picks. But it looks like Kiwi Ice Cream do manage to retain their paint and are actually able to move it over, hopefully get that checkpoint, dodging that Booyah Bomb, but they're gonna have to dodge that dodge Team Biscuits machine that was popping out on that side just there and hopping up onto the spinner to apply that pressure. But Kiwi Ice Cream coming out with the missiles here, they're hopefully able to hold this as much as they can, trying to get that first checkpoint. But we can see these machines actually just really pressuring them, making it nearly impossible, but they do at long last manage to get that checkpoint and even a pop with only their blob actually going down. Actually, 2 more go down as that blob is respawning, and with less than 50 seconds, this is going to be a tough match for them, a tough fight.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the machines really. Team Biscuit seems to be pulling the Rainmaker back a little bit to kind of keep it safe, avoid any potential snagging. I mean, they do have a brush, so there's the chance that they run around there and try and sneak the Rainmaker around. But they're doing a good job trying to hold it away to stall out these last 20 seconds here.
Yeah, but it does look like they're playing to stall at the moment, but with the specials coming out, that wave breaker, and also a little bit of pressure coming from the rain as well, it looks like they're going to have to try and stay alive as much as they can. They do manage to go down. This could be, with going into overtime, this could actually be where they need to pick up the Rainmaker just to secure that lead, which they do at the very end. If Kiwi Ice Cream were able to pick that Rainmaker up at the very end, that could have been a longer overtime. It would have been a bigger fight, but that would have been an uphill battle for them. And it looks like, with the number of players going down on Kiwi Ice Cream towards the end of that match, it looks like Team Biscuits pretty much had that win secured for them.
Yeah, I mean, they had such a good push on their own end, and they just defended quite well, kind of keeping Kiwi Ice Cream out of the running for that match. But there's still this next match 2 on Scorch Gorge, could be the turning point for Kiwi Ice Cream, and we'll just have to wait and see what happens. What do you personally expect to see on Scorch Gorge?
With Scorch Gorge, I mean, in terms of weapon comps, I kind of have no idea. In terms of the kinds of plays that we'll probably be seeing here is you really want to be able to secure that choke point, be able to get up onto that ramp and make it absolutely dangerous for the defending team to engage you as you go for that first checkpoint. Because once you do get that first checkpoint, you have a little bit of that snipe position that you can actually make work to your advantage to push even further if you can get your anchor up there to keep a good eye out on anyone who might be trying to defend on you. That's something I see quite a fair bit. But in terms of being able to defend, you're really going to have to always keep an eye out on where the opposing team might be going as well, and just kind of like allow them to walk into your line of defense here as well. Once you get that set up, it'll be very interesting to see. This is a little bit of a choke pointing map. You do have the alternate path, which is very, very rarely taken because it is across those grates. But I have actually seen some interesting plays that utilize that as well, to kind of like get a little bit of a surprise sneak in around the other team's side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, I think we did also see that too. Like, sometimes some teams are able to kind of get some sneaky maneuvers going on, happen early on stream actually. And as we get into this now, Kiwi Ice Cream getting that pop pretty good on their side. Their dualies are, kind of forward, trying to see what they can get. Same with the Viper, as now it's 1 down on both sides here. 2 down, unfortunately, on the side of Kiwi Ice Cream. 3, and it potentially 4th.
It looks like 2 of them were hiding, getting that pick on the on the ball point. That was actually quite funny to watch. I'm watching the stream. Like they were hiding right behind mid, and as soon as that ball point came around, it was like, nope, you're ours now.
Yeah, it was like almost like a Tom and Jerry moment, a surprise kind of situation. And unfortunately, Kiwi Ice Cream didn't go for the checkpoint on the left side. Instead, choosing to go to the right where their teammates are, which either was a mix-up or was them coordinating.
That would yeah, well, I don't know, but you know what, it worked for them, and they do manage to actually bring that all the way down to that final ramp that they need to be able to push for that knockout. And with 3 players down actually on Kiwi Ice Cream, Team Biscuits is really gonna have to seriously pick up and take some space to get that first checkpoint to in their favor, because you know, a score like 26, that's hard to really like get a lead on here. But they do manage, Team Biscuits actually do manage to get another pop as the Rainmaker has gone back to mid, and Kiwi Ice Cream basically just they're gonna have to find a way to really coordinate this to really push up to that first checkpoint. I was thinking about actually that that push that that was made earlier, utilizing the grates, but also going around the other side. You know what? I think that if the other team is really fighting in one side, like manipulating fight to go on one side of the map, making the other side clear, especially to take those grates, that would have been an interesting play that they may have coordinated in order to get that first checkpoint, but to move it around as well, as they did see a little bit of danger before they could have taken the left side checkpoint. It looks like they're making sure the path is clear at the moment to get the checkpoint right on the, on that right side actually, and keeping an eye out as well, getting a great pick. This machine set up really well on some high ground on that snipe position, looking into Kiwi Ice Cream's base here to try and get a good lead for them if they can make it.
Yeah, and I mean this machine really is putting in the like you said, to get a good path going with the Booyah Bomb placements and the fizzies. It's really creating the right environment to push the Rainmaker. And they actually just go for it themselves, getting that 2-point lead there. I mean, it's still a close, matchup in terms of numbers, so there's a chance that they might try and continue if they get their team to jump in one spot, but it seems like they're backing out here.
Yeah, they do want to try and stay as safe as they can with 90 seconds left in the match. They don't want to start going down at this point, because that would mean that Kiwi Ice Cream can start picking it up and taking it almost to the final checkpoint. And as we saw how quickly they were able to get the score down to 26 very early on in the game, which one of the teams was it? I think, well, one of the teams at least knows that, that they don't want that to start happening at this point. With a score this close, honestly, I've got no idea who's going to be taking lead in the last minute of the game.
That's true. I mean, Kiwi Ice Cream does have the chance to kind of get this back. They're kind of still a little stuck in their base at the moment. And with one down being their stamper, but nothing to count them out just yet. Unfortunately, it does seem to be the case where they do lose now their try, and they're just not in a situation to come back here. I mean, Team Biscuits is just kind of keeping them trapped right now.
Yeah, we're seeing this machine here getting some great picks, keeping an eye out and stopping Kiwi Ice Cream from being able to push forward with all the space that this machine is really taking up. And definitely finally going down to one of the players who is going to be actually trying to get this last pop in order to try and push up even further. They do have 2 points to get through, but they're gonna have to be contesting all the specials coming out on the side of Team Biscuits. But with the help of the tactical, they may actually be able to get the speed and the movement going in order to evade all of the damage that is being thrown at them. But unfortunately, they do go down at the very end.
Yeah, I mean, there was some players kind of sneak through. If you caught in that middle block, we saw someone on Team Biscuits kind of jump on by, and unfortunately, that was devastation for Kiwi Ice Cream. Very close match, but Team Biscuit stayed on top. Must be the sweeter treat of the two.
Absolutely. And you know what? I am hungry for some biscuits at the moment, but I think some ice cream would be pretty nice as well. We are going into Undertow Spillway next. Once again, fantastic map, a very popular Rainmaker map, one of my personal favorites. And it's one of those maps where if you can manipulate the fight in one area of the map, you can take like especially the right side. You can take that Rainmaker over to the left side pretty cleanly. But once you do, it's really a matter of being able to push through the uninkable areas because once you go to the left side, not only do you have that uninkable which you could possibly take it through, but you have the grates as well. So you can make a lot of those work for you. But it is kind of tricky.
Agreed. Agreed. It is a bit difficult once you get that left push. I mean, sometimes it can go pretty swell depending on how you position yourself, but other times it is a difficult feat. And I mean, even though Team Biscuits does have a set, Kiwi Ice Cream, if they can take a match, I believe that would mess with their win percentage and kind of keep them out of top cut, depending on how far they are. So this match still has a lot of significance based on just who actually gets to advance, whether it's one or none.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. It's going to be very exciting to see what happens here. I'm on the edge of my seat actually. Um Not only because this is like two fantastic teams to watch, but also as you said, it is definitely a deciding game. This is definitely a deciding set for both Team Biscuits and Kiwi Ice Cream. Um we were seeing actually the blob and actually you know what? The machine in the last game, one of the machines in the last game, being able to get so many picks and also being able to hold so much space could be pretty good here as well if they choose to stick with their double machine comp, because you do have those like snipe, you do have those ledges that you're gonna have to be lobbing that damage over as well. Looks like we are going into the game and we are seeing the double machine. Actually, the vanilla wiper looks like they've switched over to the wiper deco to give them those missiles and also to give them the beacons, which can create a very strong presence on this map.
Yeah, and I mean, Vanilla Wiper definitely does not kind of compare to the Deco here in this kind of terrain of the stage and just the usefulness of having beacons and missiles. And already we're seeing Team Biscuits run that left path, get that checkpoint. I mean, they pop a booyah, a bit of a premature booyah, but a useful one, getting it to 57 and really putting Kiwi Ice Cream in a position to run forward.
Absolutely, but it looks like we're seeing Kiwi Ice Cream being able to pressure them. It looks like if they're able to actually prevent this crab, but you know what? That crab was able to secure that space to at least get the Rainmaker up onto the grates. And that's what you really want to see from crab. You want to see them like able to keep your team safe, able to hold players back on the other team in order to make those pushes going. But it looks like as their crab has gone down, this is going to be where Kiwi Ice Cream wants to start picking things up for themselves, but they have a lot of paint that they need to get on the ground in order to do that.
Absolutely. I mean, even with their composition, they have a lot of paint on their own, but they do break in a bit.
A bit, yes, but they do get surrounded by Team Biscuits, who promptly picks up the Rainmaker. We can see how Team Biscuits is working together here, with two players always in front of the Rainmaker, keeping them safe, and anytime any one of the other team will try to engage those two players, they're not going to be able to successfully pull that off, really. But once those two players were a little bit out of the way, they do manage to pick off the Rainmaker carrier. But it looks like, where are they going with the Rainmaker? It looks like they've decided, we've manipulated the fight to go over to one side, leaving the other side free. Let's see if we can push at that side now. And they do have it going over the uninkable area, but it looks like 2 players are being picked off on the side of Team Biscuits by Kiwi Ice Cream as they start traversing that uninkable. They're really going to have to hold them back here before they can get any more points.
Yeah, and it's, I mean, Kiwi Ice Cream here is in a bit of a low position just because Team Biscuits really has just been constantly pushing them out and keeping them locked out here with their coordination and just overall special usage. Now they do have the floor here. They have their crab tank, and they had a bit of mid control there for a little bit, but it seems that Team Biscuits got it right back.
They did. Team Biscuits is doing a fantastic job being able to group together and actually retain that Rainmaker just like at least in their control, even if they're not getting a whole heap of points down. It's really making it dangerous for Kiwi Ice Cream to find a way to hold them back or at least push up. And it looks like this may be an opportunity for them to grab the first checkpoint. Oh, not quite. Actually, they are 2 down at the moment with Team Biscuits using this opportunity that they are 2 down to really notice that, okay, we've got the numbers advantage, we're going to hold them back, we're going to get some paint to the ground, we're going to win these fights. But as 2 go down on the side of Team Biscuits, Kiwi Ice Cream are going to have to do some work here to paint up mid to get that Rainmaker and to push it to one of the checkpoints.
Yeah, they really do need to get at least a first checkpoint in on their side. Then they can start doing range pushes here and, follow a similar suit of the Team Biscuits team where they kind of manipulate the flow of the push and misdirect, Kiwi Ice Cream earlier. They do have it now, the Rainmaker, and they could honestly stall it out in that corner. The only thing that would necessarily be a threat would be the missiles and Booyah Bomb, but they go down here, so getting their special in time for them to pick it up again, the Rainmaker would be a bit difficult to do.
Yeah, they're gonna be making. It looks like Team Biscuits managed to get 3 down on the side of Kiwi Ice Cream, and they're just asserting their presence here, trying to stop anyone from being able to move in, but also keeping like a really good line of defense as well around the checkpoint that Kiwi Ice Cream was trying to push towards. And you know what? That play at the end, they were just trying to like keep that line of defense going to make it dangerous for Kiwi Ice Cream to really engage them. It looks like gave them that victory on game 3. Wow, Kiwi Ice Cream, honestly, they were doing an amazing job in all 3 games to be able to like stop Team Biscuits from getting those really quick knockouts. Even if Team Biscuits were able to very quickly get their first checkpoint, what Kiwi Ice Cream were doing, I reckon, to hold them back and stop them from getting the knockout was really impressive. But what a set that was.
Yeah, it was a really good set. Kiwi Ice Cream really did put the maximum effort there, and they were really making Team Biscuits fight for these matches, for these wins. Team Biscuit didn't really have it too easy, and Kiwi Ice Cream had, they knew how to kind of make their pushes. They just fell flat in terms of, maintaining, as we saw in some of the matches where it flipped against them due to their defense crumbling, or in this last situation where their offense was just not enough. So overall, Team Biscuits did have the edge, but Kiwi Ice Cream really, put up a fight.
Absolutely, and congratulations to both teams. I'm really looking forward to seeing what happens next this Minnow Cup.
Yeah, and we'll see you shortly for the top cut phase.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Mulloway Institute of Tuffing's Minnow Cup Rainmaker Edition. I am Lily Grapefruit, and I am joined here by Rob as we get ready for the top cut of this tournament. I'm excited to see these games between Matter of Opinion and Pentimento. How are you feeling, Rob, at the moment?
Excited. I mean, getting to start this top cut here should be very interesting. Matter of Opinion has been doing a great job throughout the entirety of the tournament. Same with Pentimento. I mean, and especially the roster that Pentimento has. They've got both Toast and Garrett, very strong players in this little scene here. So I have high expectations for them.
Absolutely, and I'm looking forward to see what Matter of Opinion can bring to the table in this first game. Actually, we'll be seeing the games happening on Hagglefish Market, Eeltail Alley, and Museum d'Alfonsino. Hagglefish Market. This could be interesting. I'm excited to see this one. It is fairly flat, actually, Hagglefish Market, but something that was definitely popular. Around when Inkjet was buffed, actually, and when Ballpoint was becoming very popular in the game, was to set up a Ballpoint's Inkjet from the highest point possible on either side of mid to be able to really control the area. So it'll be interesting to see what they will be doing to really hold forward here in order to protect the push to the first checkpoint. Looks like we are seeing a Ballpoint come out, which will give them that inkjet, but we're also seeing on Pentimento's side, Garrett has got a Reflux, which will be giving them some missiles. I've played against Pentimento before, and I know that these missiles are pretty damn scary when coming from Pentimento.
Yeah, and I mean, it should be a great way to really, move everybody on the opposing side. We're already seeing it pop now, displacing their crab, making it a little bit harder for them to take advantage of it. Already one down on both sides here, two now on the side of Matter of Opinion as they start slowly moving forward. Pentimento just in a really good position to keep on their momentum, and already at the checkpoint here, if they can hold the Matter of Opinion team back, they can probably jump over, get a lot more points, and as they do, down to 12 immediately. Just a great job.
Early well, being able to take all that space and actually paint down as much as they can as well. Looks like unfortunately one of the players gets picked off on Matter of Opinion side, two down on Matter of Opinion side. But Matter of Opinion is still doing a pretty good job to hold back Pentimento as much as they can. But even as those strikes come out, Pentimento make a dash for it to the checkpoint, getting the score down to 5. It looks like as Matter of Opinion get their special economy ready to pop at any moment, this is what they're really going to be needing to be able to retake at this point, especially with their inkjet coming out to hold the right side of the map, giving it a pathway at least towards mid to stop anyone from perhaps making any flanks around there at the moment. But it looks like we're seeing those missiles holding them back once again, followed up by tri-strikes from Matter of Opinion, at least holding them back just the tiniest amount, but I don't think that's quite enough as Pentimento picks up the Rainmaker and makes a jump over to the plat, ultimately going up the ramp. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I mean, they're constantly pushing to get past that. Their composition really just works well at kind of moving fast there. And really displacing them. It's the perfect kind of mix to kind of get these points that they. And as you can see already, it's keeping Matter of Opinion locked out as they just keep kind of popping in and popping out.
Absolutely. Matter of Opinion are definitely having to work against a very fast weapon comp here, and although they both have an inkjet on either side, inkjet on the Tri-Slasher can definitely push up a lot further ahead and set themselves up in a much more frontline position to be able to get some picks from the front, some very aggressive playing from the inkjet that we saw earlier on the side of Pentimento. But on matter of opinion side, their HL, their ballpoint is going to be something that will hold the space a lot more in order to help support a push, which is what they were at least trying to hold a particular area before, but they haven't made a push just yet. Which with their crab, hopefully they can begin to hold a space and to get a pick on anyone who might be flanking from the side of Pentimento to be able to start pushing forward. But they don't have a lot of paint on that side of the map. They're gonna have to clear a pathway there because if they rush now, they're gonna be walking right into Pentimento's line of defense.
Yeah, and I mean they did have an opportunity there. There was 2 down in Pentimento, but they could not make it through as Orb's Squiffer was kind of putting a lot of pressure on Matter of Opinion, and it still kind of is.
Absolutely, we've seen the Wiper getting a flank, getting a pick, actually 2 picks on the Crab and the Rainmaker. Right, they're getting 3 down. This looks great for Pentimento at the moment as they manage to get the 4th. We get a bit of a delayed wipe at that moment, which will give Pentimento an opportunity to pop their Crab and to help support that push up ahead back to the other team's base and edging it closer and closer to the checkpoint. We can see their Tri-Slusher at the moment just looking around just to make sure that the coast is clear for them, but unfortunately I think going a little bit too far on one side meant that the Rainmaker was walking right into a 1v3 right there and they get picked off before they can even make it up to the plat.
Yeah, and I mean luckily, you know, Matter of Opinion is kind of getting their way back in, but it seems like the Slosher, the try is just like absolutely eating up, right? Making it a bit hard to get back in here. Pentimento just has to like kind of either hold their ground for the last few seconds, if or get like a quick pick on the Rainmaker. We did see him the flank beforehand with the stamp, the Splatana. Really depends on how how much they protect this Rainmaker here on the side of Matter of Opinion.
Oh, in the last second, they almost managed to get it all the way to the checkpoint, but do manage to get picked off by Pentimento, who were just there setting up a line of defense because they knew that as soon as that Rainmaker goes down, they have the game. And what an amazing play from Pentimento, actually. It's always interesting to see to see their weapon comp as well. The Reflux and the Squiff are not necessarily being weapons that you see in competitive play, but you know what? They have been here since the start of the game. So you have a lot of time to you do get you have a lot more time with these weapons in Splatoon 3 to get to know them, to figure out what you want to be doing with them. And in the hands of the players in Pentimento, they make it work wonders for themselves.
Absolutely. I mean, they know what they're doing there. They are very much a well-suited team of experienced players, and we're gonna see that going into E. It should be interesting how they approach this. One team does have Crab, which is just really nice here, but at the same time, they do. Pentimento has, has that bubble from their Squiffer, which can be great at kind of blocking off certain spots of the, pathway for the Rainmaker.
Absolutely, and there are quite a few narrow passageways that you really have to work through here on Eeltail Alley. So, even with the even like before the bubble was buffed, you could do pretty good things, pretty solid plays with blocking off certain areas here on Eeltail Alley. But now that it's even bigger and even stronger than before, we are definitely going to be seeing a lot more of that. Hopefully, Matter of Opinion will be able to shred those bubbles as much as they can with their Crab to be able to make those bubbles as ineffective as possible, so that they can push past Pentimento's lines of defense. Pentimento really know when to be moving into an aggressive or a defensive position, as we saw in Hagglefish Market. But if Matter of Opinion can start making a push here, and at least try to do something to keep Pentimento's team down, so they can make some of these specials as ineffective and as less coordinated as possible, they might be able to take a game off of them. We are going into the first the second game of this set actually, and we're actually seeing a pretty meta, or previous meta comp of Machine Ballpoint and two splashes with two crabs on the side of Matter of Opinion. With things shaken up this season, this was definitely what the kind of like meta comps we were seeing running at the end of last season, and it looks like two have gone down, three have gone down actually on the side of Matter of Opinion, as Pentimento have already set up a pretty strong front line and are taking it to the first checkpoint right here.
Yeah, I mean this Splatana has just absolutely shredded through the crabs and the positioning of Matter of Opinion. They are just running forward with kind of an unconventional comp. I mean, Sploosh can be really nice here, but you don't often see a composition like this, especially against something as really strong as, like you said, Double Splash, Machine, and Ballpoint.
Absolutely, but with weapons as mobile as Sploosh and Splatana Wiper, they're going to be making use of the Splooshes. I suspect they'll be making a lot of use of the Neo Splooshes beacons in order to keep their presence up far ahead into the map. It looks like Matter of Opinion are currently trying to find a way forward to try and hold back Pentimento's blob as well. That was trying to pressure them on that bridge. But as the Rainmaker resets and the crab is popped, it looks like actually Pentimento is going to ultimately get that pop. This crab is going to have to hold them back as much as they can. Followed up by a Booyah Bomb to try and find a spot even further, and getting that pick, 2 picks down on probably the 2 most mobile weapons that we've been seeing on the side of Pentimento. This looks like this might be Matter of Opinion's first push in the game, as 3 have gone down on the side of Pentimento.
Yeah, I mean they, especially one of those splashes really like honed in on one of the stray players, keeping an eye on getting the important picks here. They are holding themselves pretty well right now, not rushing it forward, keeping their pace pretty well. Now getting that checkpoint, which will be really good for them in terms of just how they can now approach getting more points.
Absolutely, the Tri-Slosh are popping their Inkjet to try and hold back any players on Matter of Opinion from being able to go too far forward. Once again, it looks like Pentimento are gonna be doing their thing of being able to try and at least get as much of a presence in the middle of the map once they have an opening to do so. Now we did see the Tri-Slush on the side of Man of Opinion really trying to hold the Splatana Wiper back just a little bit from dropping down that ledge. If they were to drop down there, that would have been the end of them. And it looks like they do lose the Rainmaker actually around in mid, as they're gonna have to pick it back up again if they want to continue their push forward. But they do have the score down to 16. It's really going to be a matter of holding a really strong defense for Pentimento to win this game.
Yeah, and I mean they really had a good positioning there. Several down on the side of Pentimento, but they came back. I mean, Jimby, sorry, with the Splatana and just kind of flank on the Rainmaker, and they're all like positioning and coordinating with each other to kind of stop that push and get it before they potentially got lead there. And now they're kind of able to get mid again, and this is looking very good for Pentimento again.
Absolutely, and making use of their Ink Storm to be able to support their pushes, followed up by the Ultra Stamp and the Inkjet as well. It looks like they're going to be bringing the score down to 7 actually, but with 2 players down, this doesn't look like it's going to be an easy job for Matter of Opinion to be able to continue their push, even though they did manage to continue earlier with the score down to 37. Now they're working really hard here to try and get some of these very mobile weapons out of play at the moment. But it looks like with 2 down on Pentimento's side, it looks like they could get a pop supported by the crab, but if this crab can't really do anything to help that push, they might have to really be relying on as much fighting power as they can get to be able to push forward with it. But you see, with a double crab comp, you can use a more passive crab a little bit further back to set up a more aggro crab further into the enemy territory, which is what they were doing here to help get an opportunity to push this Rainmaker forward. Now there are only 2 players on matter of opinion side, the Rainmaker and that splash around here to try and allow the Rainmaker to at least stay alive and push forward when they can, but they're getting really patient here to find exactly the right opportunity in overtime to start moving ahead.
Yeah, I mean they've been, they've been very patient, getting the picks, but unfortunately, a mix of different chip and the inkjet just took him out, and Pentimento was able to hold that set or hold that match and take the set with them.
Absolutely. What an incredible game. Actually, being able to hold Pentimento back for significant portions of that game when they're running such a fast weapon comp, such a mobile weapon comp, and also having such an agile. I would say I would describe Pentimento as incredibly agile style of play as well. Really impressive. From matter of opinion, being able to get those pushes in as well in that particular game.
Agreed. They are very much a very fast team. I mean, Jimby was going to and fro across and just absolutely destroying people, and they just did such an incredible job here in this round one, advancing now to the semifinals of the Top Cut phase.
Absolutely, and the semifinals will be happening, I believe, not just yet, are they?
But very shortly. Very shortly, yes.
But very shortly. Yep.
But we'll see you folks in the next round.
Yep. So, that's going to be it for I believe. Rob will be seeing you a little bit later. Thank you also for commentating with me for the last few sets. And where can we find you, by the way?
You can find me on Twitter at its__Rob or here at MIT.
Fantastic. And I'm Lily Gravy Bread. You can find me on Twitter at Lily Gravy Bread, and also I stream on Twitch sometimes as well. Same username. But don't go anywhere. We'll be taking a short break, so remember to grab your popcorn, get a stretch in or two, and we'll be back with the rest of Top Cut as we go into quarterfinals. Hello everyone, welcome back. I'm Lily Gravybread once again, and I'm joined here by Gus, and we'll be going into Ursa Major versus Dark Masters. Welcome in, Gus. How are you feeling today?
Hi everyone. Hopefully everyone's having a good day. I'm doing pretty good, Lily. It seems like this is the first tournament that we have after the patch. How are we feeling today? Are we seeing any paintbrushes today?
We have seen a few paintbrushes come out,
Oh.
and it's been pretty exciting seeing teams kind of like playing around with some of the new weapons. It's a little bit like, as the meta hasn't quite solidified this season yet, it's great to see some less common picks as well, such as Nozzle Noses coming out in previous games. Which is, I always love to see a great Nozzle Nose player come in and play in a tournament as well. It looks like we've been through the first game already between Ursa Majors and Dark Masters in this set, with Ursa Major winning the first game. So, the second game we'll be seeing actually, I believe will be on Mako Mart.
Oh,
Now-
two incredible teams
You're a
here.
bucket
I
player.
mean,
Yeah.
yeah, Ursa Major, vibes on that carbon roller, really sneaky player. If the players are able to get vibes in, they could create havoc. But on the other hand, we have Dark Masters, and trust me, this is a team we don't want to underestimate. I've known Phantom for quite a while now, really good shooter player. So, they've made it this far, and there's only going to be one person coming out on top. And so far, we see that Ursa Major, like you said, Lily, has already won one game as they've already gotten started. So it's going to be interesting. So you mentioned we're going to be seeing Mako Mart next here on Rainmaker. What's kind of the game plan that someone should be having on this map?
Well, I do know you're a bucket player, so I do know that you kind of
That's so right.
you know the power of buckets is being able to pressure these ledges, but also seeing weapons like the S Blast being a really powerful weapon to be able to poke up on those ledges as well to try and get people off the stacks, to try and get people off the snipe area, because the pathway for the Rainmakers here are very much determined by which type of high ground you can get, which high ground you can get to really keep your push going. I think
Right.
we did some games actually earlier where one of the teams was, if you setting up a crab, it wasn't these teams, but setting up a crab on the right stack to be able to hold that area to get like that straight line right side checkpoint as well.
Oh, and interesting. And we get started here. And, Lily, like I said, look, Vibes taking out that carbon roller. And interestingly, on Dark Master's side, we actually see the Tri-Slosher. So no bias here on my end from seeing how everything's going. But it's going to be an interesting play. It looks like the Tri-Slosher already popped the Tacticooler on the left side. And Lily, it's going to be probably a good use given that Tacticooler has gotten some recent buffs in the most recent patch. What's kind of the idea of what we're supposed to do here? It looks like Ursa Major is just pushing up really aggressively, and Dark Master is kind of backing up right now. Maybe they're going to pop that Trizuka.
Absolutely, and as you said, there comes the Trizuka. This Trizuka, helped by the Tri-Strike as well, to at least keep them hold the other team back from being able to take mid. But it looks like that Tri-Slosher coming back and pressuring the stack before they can really make any use for it. It looks like they pushed back from the stack as well, as Ursa Major is going to try and continue that push, finding an opening. It looks like on the left side, but it looks like they actually go down right there. I believe was that to the Tri-Slosher as well.
Right. And I think the key here is that, usually if you're pushing on this map, you want to go to the left side. But the struggle here is that Dark Masters is going to have a Tri-Slosher where they don't even need to peek, and they could just simply slosh over the walls, kill the enemy. So Dark Masters and Ursa Major have to come up with some good strategies to come their way in, because on Ursa Major's side, they have that carbon, which is also really good playing around the ledges. The main focus here is that you want to take control of the left side, but right now it seems like they're playing neutral mainly, kind of trying to get a feel. We see kind of specials getting popped up. We see the Tri-Slosher get that pick on that carbon roller, and now it looks like they're going to get some momentum off of this, Lily.
Well, yeah, absolutely. It looks like actually quite a few players are starting to go down now, so we might actually be continuing this neutral game even further. But it looks like that one roll
Oh,
is actually
double!
getting fantastic picks. Oh my goodness, did you see that?
Yeah.
This is gonna be the position that the Carbon needs to get in to really secure that first checkpoint. Looks like they're actually gonna be able to get it as well, and they do.
And
That
Vibes
was a
showing us, yeah, that was such a good play, Lily. You could go ahead and walk us through that. What just happened there? What was Vibes kind of going through the motions there?
Yeah, so it looked like as they were like looking around, making sure they were getting their picks. As soon as they saw that like two players were down, they wanted to really secure a good position to keep that checkpoint safe, to secure that checkpoint and to keep an eye out on anyone who might be trying to reach them over there. It looks like they're continuing all the way down to 6 actually.
You know, and the key thing here is that what we're noticing is that Ursa Major's doing a really good job of painting in front of Vibes to get them in. That's the main goal of the Carbon Roller, is to basically be this sneaky person who can get in. And we see Ursa Major's composition really reflects that with the Tacticooler or with the NZAP painting and the heavy painting. It's really up to Dark Master to turn the tables here because, you know, if they're not able to turn this around, it's a 2-0 game, Lily. What should Dark Masters be thinking about in that position that they're in currently right now?
Well, you know what? I think Dark Masters need to really be thinking about getting rid of any players that will give Ursa Major the edge in terms of agility. We're seeing them play very much to their strengths regarding agility, getting the tacticals to help buff that agility as well. And the Carbon Roller being such an agile weapon, being able to not only sneak around because you know that's what rollers definitely like to do, but sneak around so fast. They're gonna be having to, I reckon, really think about getting both the Carbon and the Tri-Slosh Nouveau out of the game down as much as possible so that they can't make the use of the positions that they really want to be able to get in, which, you know, as we saw when the Carbon was actually playing ahead of the Rainmaker, allowing them to get that checkpoint, that was the play that they needed in order to really be able to push because you know engaging a Carbon Roller like that is going to be so dangerous.
Right, and I think what another key aspect that we haven't talked about is that Ursa Major has way more range than Dark Masters. I mean, Dark Masters' longest range weapon is probably the splatter shots on their team, and if you have Ursa Major's heavy kind of locking this position down, you know, Dark Masters has to rely on those specials to get in, but it seems like Ursa Major's just shutting them down as we see Vibes pop that Trizuka, gets a pick, and ends it for the team. Wow, what honestly Vibes put on a performance right here. I mean, it's Mako Mart. It's kind of like Carbon Deco's or Carbon's in general's playground. So that was really
Oh,
exciting to see.
that was such an exciting game. Wow, especially the way they were able to actually bring the Rainmaker all the way down to 6, and you know what, holding that defense towards the end of the game just to secure that win as
Right.
well. That was the first major 2 wins of this set.
Right, and we were unable to see what happened in Undertow Spillway. You know, some production matters happen in the back end that you know we're not privy to. But I think what Ursa Major really did well was, and I'm assuming they probably did the same thing, knowing Vibes playing the Carbon. I think you know the players on Ursa Major really did a good job of putting the players in the positions that they needed to be. We saw Becca running that NZAP, you know, painting, getting those tacticoolers for their teammates. It's a really good special right now where if you die, you get a quick respawn, 1 second, you're back in, you're not as punished. So it's really interesting to see. I believe that was is this going to be a best of 3 or a best of 5?
I believe
a
this
best
is
of
a
3.
best
Okay.
of 3. Yeah, a best of
Okay.
3. So Earth does take the semifinals here and will be moving on to the next round.
Right. And I think this is really good for Ursa Major's momentum. I mean, this is going to give them more breathing room going into finals. And sometimes, Lily, I don't know about you, but sometimes I kind of like taking a break a little bit. Like, having these long sets and then going into finals, it could be kind of tiresome. We kind of don't talk about how much energy it takes to play in these tournaments and how long it takes to play in these tournaments. So having this 2-0 set for Ursa Major potentially could help them out in finals.
Oh, absolutely. It does feel like if you don't get into top cut, that like tournaments can be kind of a little bit short, But once you do get into a lot of the players who are in the who kind of like get knocked out in the group stages of tournaments. I don't know how much necessarily everyone realizes that top cut, not only are these like the players that were skilled, that played with as enough skill to progress up to there, but also this is going to be the big long stretch, the real test for them to be able to not only keep their skill, their playing up, but also their stamina, and having some downtime between sets can just like allow you to like just rest a little bit, allow you to like think about like not necessarily lose that momentum at all, but allow you to kind of like refresh yourself, refresh what's going on in your head, and get ready for the next round as well.
Right, right, right. And we're preparing for grand finals here. And obviously Dark Masters put on a phenomenal show. They're going to the third place match. They're going to be competing for the bronze medal in Minnow Cup Rainmaker. The question is, there is still another semifinals match going on. We have Final Phantom, who's seeded number 1, and we have Pentimento, seeded number 5. And if there's something I know about Pentimento, is I know a couple of players on this team. We have Toes, we have Garrett, both former members of Up the Ante, a really good team that, used to play when I used to play in Lowing back in the day in Splatoon 2. So I'm really excited to see what team is going to come out of that match. We currently see that Pentimento is 1-0, and it's going to be interesting who comes up on finals. But I think Lily right now, Ursa Major is probably just catching their breath. Maybe they're looking at like, oh, Manta Maria is going to be the next match we're going to play. Let's kind of game plan. Let's see what should we do in this map, because it's all strategy at the end of the day. It's all communication on how you move forward with your team, and it's going to be an exciting final set. So with that out of the way, guys, we're going to go on break, and we'll see you soon in grand finals. right, everyone, welcome back. We're in grand finals. We are seeing Pentimento and Ursa Major moving on to finals. We saw Ursa Major taking on Dark Matters, and Pentimento just finished up their match a couple of minutes ago with the final Phantom. Really two exciting teams that I'm excited to see here. Lily, what are you looking forward to in this set?
Oh my goodness, I'm so excited. We saw Pentimento earlier, as well, and knowing how agile they are, as well as Ursa Major being so agile, running a double tactical comp, this will be very interesting to see two extremely fast-moving teams up against each other. I was just talking to you guys before about like how excited I am to see Pentimento up against Ursa Major, considering what we've been seeing in the tournament from them already.
Interesting. I maybe I was not seeing things correctly, but we got double soda probably coming in. Probably someone's
Well,
thirsty.
I
Yeah.
think so, maybe, yeah.
Interesting.
So at least we saw maybe we saw two soda at least. Maybe they're on
Two
different
sodas.
teams. Like,
Oh, right.
I do remember there being an end try and also the
Oh, the ends. Oh, you're so right. You're so right, Lily. You're so right. My memory's hazy right now, but it's okay. Rainmaker passes by really fast, especially on this map, so it's all good.
Oh,
So
it does.
let's see these two
It
comps.
does.
So let's see. So we have. Oh, interestingly, on I believe Pentimento's side, we have the two bucket comp. We see Orbism with the machine, and I believe it was Toes with the Tri Slosher. This time it's the Vanilla Tri, and we see on Ursa Major kind of their typical comp that they've been running this whole tournament.
Yeah, the typical comp, and as we've been seeing, the carbon roller deco, we'll probably be seeing them try and secure their front line to be able to hold back Pentimento. It looks like Ursa Major has already got their carbon in control of the street to be able to secure that first checkpoint. Some picks closer into his base there. It looks like they're managing to dodge the whales coming in as well. It looks like they're really
Right. Yeah, I mean, this is, oh my god, what is happening? Lily, what just happened? I mean, did I do the commentator's curse? Is this what people have been saying that, I mentioned at the beginning of the map, this map just kind of goes really fast, and
this one
it
does,
just
yeah.
seems that it happened. I mean, Vibes was just kind of getting in there and just smacking people with that carbon. It was just kind of like,
Yeah.
what can you do at that point? But yeah, this map is very, topsy-turvy. Credit to Pentimento, what they were doing. They were really trying to hold down the line, but Ursa Major just really did a good job there, kind of staggering them and getting in.
Absolutely, and you know what? Being able to control that street is everything. But
Right.
they went further. Once they controlled that street, they got the checkpoint. But they went further and they secured they secured that final checkpoint to get the KO so quickly. By making sure that they were able to get the carbon deco further up ahead, looking out for anyone who might be trying to come back in and retake control of that street and actually
Right.
to move back ahead and get some high ground on them, but unfortunately, they were up against the carbon roller who was able to pick them off.
Right. And I think that's one of the unfortunate thing of, we saw Orbism using the machine, and machine, got some recent nerfs in the patch. It's a bit slower. So if you're firing up a weapon that gets in your face really quickly, machine isn't able to do what it used to in walling people out. So, it's such an interesting choice in what Ursa Major is playing, but it'll be interesting to see how Pentimento adapts here. Very great team and kind of learning the condition of where they're playing. So it'll be interesting to see what they play in Museum. I hope Toes takes out the Tenna Cerellabrella. Recently got 4 stars on that thing, so maybe that'll come out. But Lily, what are you expecting?
That is exciting. I'm expecting they're going to be playing at least to the ledges again. Maybe they'll try and something that can very very much try to counter that carbon roller as well. What I don't necessarily know what that might be, but I hope they're thinking. I'm really thinking about it at the moment. What sort of things do you think are like really good counters
Yeah,
to
I mean,
carbon roller?
Yeah, I mean, I think you kind of highlight the key aspect here. And that's kind of keeping vibes on check. If Pentimento can do that,
Vibe
and they
check.
need to, yeah, they need to, they need to vibe check, right? Uh, oh, but luckily here, vibes switched off. Maybe that'll give Pentimento some momentum of getting back in. Vibes choosing to go with the vanilla, I believe the wiper. That's an interesting
Yeah.
choice. Why do you think that might be, Lily?
Well, this is definitely a change in vibes, but the thing about running any Splatanas here is that you're going to be having you're really going to be able to pressure the ledges, especially with your magical charged slashes as well, and being able to have those ledges pressured, especially to hold back anyone who might be trying to drop down into mid, is going to be extremely powerful. Now, Splatana Wiper is also an extremely agile weapon, and we've been seeing these teams playing in an extremely agile way. We already see actually Ursa Major get a wipeout and setting up their Splatana Wiper on the stack to be able to at least hold some forward pressure as well with the torpedoes.
Right. And Lily, there's just something called momentum. And I
Yeah.
think we're seeing that right now from Ursa Major. They're kind of just pushing in and not letting anything through. I mean, we saw, the heavy kind of just grounding people, but it looks like Pentamento's getting a little bit momentum here. Unfortunately, they do lose 3 of their players with the V-try. The last one trying to take out vibes here, but it looks like they're about to get surrounded, and they do get the trade with Buddy. Buddy doing a good job of getting that trade. If they got that tactical, they could just jump right back in. But it looks like Vibes is here, holding it down on the right side. They're probably going to pop their hammer, and they do. And now they're trying to get a pick on this bow. But it looks like Vibes threw the hammer. It looks like they're just they're waiting it out, Lily. Ursa Major's knowing that they don't need to push in right now. They could wait it out.
They do, which is a very interesting play actually. If you're in an attacking position, because usually it's the defending team, it's the defending team's position to play defense here and to play more patiently, to allow the attackers to actually move into your line of defense. But it looks like as what they're doing is playing as patiently as they can to actually get the exact right opportunity that they really want to be able to push towards the final checkpoint. They do lose the Rainmaker, however, so this is going to be interesting, Gus. What do you think will be happening here?
And Lily, this is such an interesting position from Ursa Major with Buddy just kind of being on top on the right side. It's like, what does the blob do in this situation? I mean, you have the heavy, who's the longest range weapon on this match, kind of just locking down this right side with Vibes. And it looks like Pentimento make the right decision. They're like, you know what? They're going to take our rights. They're going to take our left side. Let's just go right. And let's try to get the checkpoint here. Hopefully something emerges from this. And it looks like Pentimento's in a good position to put themselves up there, but they pop the inkjet, and that's the good thing. They're popping their specials, trying to push in, but unfortunately one of them goes down, Lily.
Yeah, one does go down. Actually, 3 have gone down on the side of Pentimento at the moment, leaving only the blob in the game. And this has been a pretty good effort to be able to get so close to the first checkpoint, but Ursa Major now have the chance to paint up as much as they can and to get those drive strikes out to help secure their front line from pushing in.
Right, and the thing here is that, we see a double hammer kind of going up, but luckily we see the blob lobber on Pentimento's side. I believe, I'm not sure if that was Garrett or Jimby or Toes that was using the blob lobber, but it looks like at this point Ursa Major is just stalling. I mean, they don't have to push that much, Lily. They're just stalling at this point. We see the Rainmaker explode.
Yeah, because when you go into this Rainmaker free zones, the counter actually counts down really fast.
Oh, you're
so
right. You're right.
Yeah, so you gotta make sure you get out of there. You're not gonna be doing yourself any favors if you're there. You're gonna be going down very quickly if you stay. So stalling there can be a bit of a bad choice sometimes if you stay there too long. But if Ursa Major manages to pick it up again at some point, maybe they could just use these last 40 seconds to continue holding it and at least allow Pentimento to come into their well, not really line of defense, line of attack, really.
Right. And we saw Pentimento take advantage of that situation where, one of the players that was carrying the Rainmaker on Ursa Major side explode, and they took advantage of it. But unfortunately, Vibe was just there to hammer the people out, and it looks like, this might be GG's, but Pentimento has 2 down. They have 3 down, and Ursa Major is basically just camping the Rainmaker at this point. It seems like it's going to be a game here going to game 3. Wow, Lily.
Wow.
What's kind of your thought process here? I mean, we saw Vibes go off the carbon roller, and it kind of makes sense. You want to get a little bit more range. Maybe the wiper can be a little bit more pesky on this map, but it seems like the momentum's really shifting in for Ursa Major here. All they need is one more win on Scorch Gorge, which can also be a little bit, once you get that first checkpoint, you could get a lot of points here.
Oh, absolutely. And previous games we've seen on Scorch Gorge have been seeing, like, especially actually no, there was a previous game that we saw in Scorch Gorge where, like, it was they played the first checkpoint by manipulating the fight around to that checkpoint, but taking the Rainmaker around the grate and then getting the first checkpoint still on the right hand
I
side.
think I saw that.
Which
Yeah.
yeah, that was an interesting play earlier on in the tournament. But
Yeah.
depending on how Pentimento and Ursa Major play this one out, it's very, very possible that, like, once you time those specials, or at least get enough players up around to control that checkpoint, that choke point and checkpoint, really, that first checkpoint is pretty much yours. And from there, setting yourself up on that high ground, that snipe position overlooking into the enemy base, can just, like, lock the other team out. So it's really going to come down to, like, how well you can defend from that, in my opinion.
Right, and I think you mentioned 2 key aspects here is that, depending on where you go for the first checkpoint, that'll kind of position yourself up of where you want to, get a choke point and take out the enemy. I mean, if you go on the left side, you kind of put yourself in a vulnerable position because of the grates. But if you put yourself on the right side, it could lead you to success. So the question is here, is Ursa Major, particularly, is Vibes going to stay on that wiper with the hammer because it could be useful in this particular mode? And how is Pentimento really going to adapt to this situation? It's such a volatile map mode combination, but let's get to see the compositions here. We see a sploosh.
They played Sploosh before, and I believe this is probably going to be the Neo Sploosh coming back once again. Pentimento and the Neo Sploosh actually is going to help them be able to make their presence on the map, which is, I think, what they really need, because once you start going down, if you don't have any way to get back in, it's going to take a fair bit of time, so being able to get some really good beacons down, we see beacons being placed already, we'll probably be able to Pentimento at least form a bit of a presence. We see them pick up the Rainmaker already, and the Splatana wiper already down on the side of Ursa Major, but Pentimento does lose the Rainmaker there, and 2 players are down. This is not looking as good as I hoped.
Oh, actually, it looks like Pentimento was able to take advantage of that. We kind of saw Garrett say, Garrett just said, you know what, I don't want to play the Sploosh, just give me the Rainmaker. I'm going to use that as my main weapon. And, they unfortunately died in that situation, but their teammates were able to follow up with that pop on the Rainmaker, taking 2 people out on Ursa Major. They were unfortunately unable to get the checkpoint, though, Lily. And now Ursa Major is kind of just wrecking havoc. We see Vibes taking out the hammer again, doing what Vibe does best.
Yeah, and already getting those tri-strikes in the other team's base to try and at least hold back, as they went for the right-hand checkpoint, which was very interesting. But I guess if you put those tri-strikes down to hold back the other team as much as you can, just to, like, stop them from moving up just for these few seconds it takes to get to the first checkpoint, you can actually make the left checkpoint, I mean, work for your team still there. So that was definitely interesting and unexpected.
Yeah, and the thing is here is, it seems like Ursa Major is just taking space. I mean, look at what's going on right now, buddy. Just throwing those tri-strikes, not letting Pentimento breathe. I mean, 42 is not that big of a lead. If they get a few more points here in the 20s, this is probably going to be a bad time for Pentimento. But luckily, they stop it at the 30 checkpoint. So it's up to Pentimento to really stop the momentum here. We do see a Kraken get popped up. I believe the heavy... Is that the heavy deco? Yes, it is the heavy deco.
The heavy
and
deco.
That's a double.
will this be Pentimento's time to actually regroup and fight back? Because it does look like they're contesting the Rainmaker, and with the Reef Slider coming out as well, it looks like they do manage to at least like. Well, as we saw there, everything happened so quickly. They did manage to stop the
Right.
push happening, and with their Neo splashdown, this could see Pentimento try and do what they were doing before in the previous game, knowing where the fight was happening, where the fight was being taken from Ursa Major, and just going the other direction.
I'm kind of at a loss of words. Like my mouth can't keep up with all the stuff that's happening because Ursa Major is just, they're kind of moving so much. I'm like, wait, what's going on? What's happening? And Pentimento's just kind of also here trying to pop, their specials, trying to get some momentum going. But, we're at the 2-minute mark. The Tri-Slosher just went out. It's a wipeout on Ursa Major's part. And it kind of looks like the Heavy is kind of playing frontline here, kind of moving forward. They have that Kraken,
Yeah, well,
might as well, right?
if you have Deku and you're that close to special, if you don't fall off with the Kraken, that's the thing about Kraken. You're using it as a melee weapon. You're using it to hold your front line, and with a heavy deco, if you got a particularly fast weapon comp and a particularly fast playstyle, that can work wonders, which it has been here. Even with the Kraken falling off the map, they're still managing to hold their lead.
We're at stream. We're gonna act like we didn't see that there. They did a wonderful play, distracting there. Look at them. They just got to 7 points. That would have never happened. That would have never happened if the Kraken didn't fall off the map. So, is this
Absolutely.
game?
Well, you know what?
Go ahead, Lily.
Kraken being such a skirmisher weapon, you really want to be playing for those distractions, don't you?
Right.
Which is I didn't even see the number go down to 1 just then, but you know what? That just happened, and they're gonna be not actually getting the knockout, but Pentimento is gonna be using this opportunity to try and paint up the map and set up a push going, because they haven't even broken the first checkpoint, even though they managed to get so close to it. What do you reckon is going to be happening here as we get closer and closer to overtime?
I'm probably gonna see shades of what happened in Museum right here, Lily. All Ursa Major needs to do right here is camp the Rainmaker, and it's really up to Pentimento to make the aggressive play, and Ursa Major can just let them come to the Rainmaker and make those mistakes, but they have 5 seconds right here. There's 2 down on Ursa Major's spot. Pentimento is able to get the Rainmaker on the right side. Lily, it's overtime. They haven't gotten the first checkpoint. What are we supposed to do here?
What we're supposed to do here, in my opinion, is to make sure that we're holding back Ursa Major by moving the fight to where you want the Rainmaker not to be. Because if the Rainmaker is at least safe enough and not being attacked by anyone on the other team, then you can start getting pushes forwards in overtime with the few precious seconds you have to make any movement forward. It looks like we see Pentimento winning that game anyway, but if they were able to like hold actually Ursa Major winning that game anyway, if Pentimento was able to hold Ursa Major back and get their first checkpoint, what they needed to have done was to be able to use the height advantage from that little area of the map to be able to keep that push going. But you know what? The only thing they could have done was get the knockout. And it's very, very, very rare to see getting both the first checkpoint and knockout in overtime. But Pentimento put up such an incredible fight, getting all the way into overtime and managing to pick up the Rainmaker. That was an amazing game. Ursa Major ultimately winning. Ultimately winning the set, actually. I'm definitely like at a loss for words.
Right.
Went so fast. So many
I'm
things
with you,
happened.
Lily. Everything happened so fast, and Ursa Major showing why they're the major ones on top, and Ursa Major, rightfully so, your Rainmaker Minnow Cup champions. They played that set phenomenally, Lily, like you said. So, vibes just really kind of going ham. Becca painting really well. Buddy getting into situations where I'm like, taking up space for the team. And, rightfully Pentimento did a really good job getting to finals as well. So kudos to them for also making it this far.
Absolutely. And you know what? Coming second is an incredible feat in any tournament. It means
Mm-hmm.
that you could have come, you could have come first. Pentimento or Ursa Major could have taken this number one spot. It did go to Ursa Major. They did play incredibly well, and having the kind of players they have on the team, not only being able to like be so mechanically skilled and know and have like such a good game sense, but also be able to work together to make their strengths actually like lift each other up and to move ahead in ways that will help them win these games like they did in
Right.
those three.
Right, right. And I have a challenge for Ursa Major. If you're gonna take a drip pick, you have to take it on Scorch with the Kraken almost falling off the map. You just have to, you just have to celebrate it that way. That was just too iconic. That's the whole reason the game was won. By the way, it's the whole reason.
Absolutely.
Um,
Oh well, I totally agree. That was the perfect Kraken play I've ever seen. Even if the Kraken has kind of like fallen a little bit off from the meta, but I think you just need to allow the Krakens to fall off stages to win, to provide that incredible distraction.
right, right.
Anyway, I believe I believe we are going to talk a little bit about Launch Point Draft Cup 14 now. So this is kind of exciting. Can you
Okay.
Oh, okay, sure thing.
All right, everybody. Thank you so much for joining in and watching the Minnow Cup Rainmaker Championship. But before you go, one thing that we do want to let you know about is the Launch Point Draft Cup 14. This is a low-level draft tournament where you sign up and you get drafted onto a team and you compete against other teams. It registration closes Monday on 5th June, 5 p.m. UTC. So be sure to sign up, check out the Discord, check out Mulloway IT's Twitter, their Twitch. Check it up so you can sign up. But you sign up on Discord, so be sure. I had a lot of fun playing this, so I'm sure you will too.
Absolutely, and draft cups also are a fantastic way for new players to competitive to get a feel, get a taste of what competitive Splatoon is all
Mm-hmm.
about. And
Yep.
this could definitely be the thing that inspires a lot of players to start playing in tournaments such as Minnow Cup and get a team together to perhaps even win it as
Yeah,
well. So
that's a good point, Lily. Yeah, you make a lot of good friends. I mean, I played this myself, and I made a lot of good connections playing in Draft Cup. And I like you said, I think this is a really good introduction for anybody that wants to join the competitive scene. So be sure to check it out. But yeah, Lily. Thank you so
absolutely.
much for commentating with me. This was such a interesting set going on. But Lily, if people wanna follow up with you, where can people find you?
Well, you can find me on Twitter at Lily Gravy Bread. It's there up on the screen. All one word, Lily Gravy and Bread. I also stream sometimes on Twitch, and you can find me
Nice,
on
nice.
there. Lily Gravy Bread, once again, same word. And also, Gus, you do quite a few really exciting things as well in the Splatoon community. Where can we find you?
Right, everyone, you can all find me on every social media at Gus Platoon. Kind of the benefits, like you, Lily, kind of the benefit of having the same name for every social media, right? So you could find me at
Absolutely, yeah.
that website. But everyone, be sure to check out Lily. Make sure to follow them on Twitter, check out their Twitch, rate them, and also check out the Twitter for Mulloway IT. They also post every time they're gonna have tournaments, and check out their Discords, and make sure to follow on Mulloway IT so you could keep up on the tournaments.
Oh, absolutely. And the tournament organizers have been doing an amazing job at running Minnow Cup and also Megalodon Cup, and also the draft tournaments that Mulloway
Right?
IT run as well. So thank you also to the TOs of Mulloway Institute of Turfing for running such a fantastic tournament.
Right. Well, everyone, thanks for watching and have a great day.